which I'm sure that's going to impact the YouTube side of things since I pinged about an hour ago. But okay. There we go. No Red Riding Hood for you. Yeah, and again, there's some really, really, really good skins that they could do. I would love to see them do more. Why they don't, I don't know. We've been over this ad nauseum, right? Like there's no sense like conjecturing over something at this point when they just haven't done it for forever. So better keep coping with more realistic impossible things like Summer Chiome. I mean, like all I can say is, yeah, that's just, it is what it is, right? Like, and I think this is something that every single person needs to like establish for themselves is like, is what you're asking for reasonable? Can you reasonably expect that FGO will get these sorts of things? And I think everyone hopes that that's not the case, but everyone needs to kind of accept that it probably won't be the case, right? Like that they essentially won't get the thing that they desire and want. Okay. This is just me doing, I believe I'm doing Lancer Training Ground right now, because I think I saw that I needed it for the mission. If you'll do a summer prediction, or have I already? I believe I did a summer prediction already last year. I'd have to go look, though. You need to get 3 monument statues. Yeah, it's just super weird. I don't know why. Upper Omnia gave out 2 free skins about a month before it ended, 2 which I got to enjoy for a total about 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I think this is also another thing that I'm not going to be surprised to see gacha gaming change over time. Because while we have a game like FGO that has been around for a long time and is doing, good things still, we can look at plenty of other gacha games and see how much they've come and gone. And I think with every gacha game that shuts its doors, that ends, I think you lose a bunch of gacha players. That is to say, they don't necessarily go play another gacha game, because I think that hits home. That hits hard. When they were playing that game for years and years and years, they don't really want to start another one, realizing full well that they're going to end up also losing that eventually. So we'll see. I'm sure there is to some degree some people who do, but I'd be willing to bet that every single time a gacha game ends, a lot of players just say, you know what, it was a fun ride, I'm done, and I'm not going to play anymore. So, but like I said, I don't think you'll see that sort of thing with FGO, but I do think you're going to see this overall in gacha gaming, and I think that is going to change the way gacha games are run over time, as gacha games will probably begin to have to acquiesce a little bit more to their player bases in order to, 1, attract them and keep them playing, and 2, basically in order to kind of get people to actually spend money on them. So I think that's actually a good thing. FGO is a miracle between anime gacha games? Yeah. What is going on with this? I don't know. We're gonna reboot because it did not like whatever that was. That was me backing out of the node. I do know a couple of whales, and they do play multiple gachas, but only whale on one. Yeah, and I think that's fairly standard. But like, so for instance, if the one that you were whaling on shut down, would you then switch to whaling on a new one? Maybe, but I'd be willing to bet most people would just continue to stay free to play on those other ones, right? If you want to call or do a video about it, I'm down to do it. I actually already recorded a video. I'm pretty fast on those, you know me. But no, is song request borked? It shouldn't be. It's still running, but give me a second here because I'll reboot it. But no, like I just gave my 2 cents on, like, should FGO be compared to other gacha games? And I think it's a topic that has come up numerous times. It happens every single time we have dead time. And I'm not going to say we have dead time, but I think it's like we're in this little bit of a gap between like, you know, Hakenden on NA and sort of these other campaigns that we're doing right now after the prior event ended. JP is also sitting there kind of at this point just going like, okay, well, we've got, you know, 2 back-to-back reruns. So it's sort of fair game. And I feel like this happens every single time, every single year. And it's something that I think is both natural and something that I think is a concern, right? Like, I don't blame anyone for being concerned with FGO in general, and it's progression on forward, right? And I've talked about this before too. You guys know, I love this game. There's so much I like about this game, but this game is not perfect. This game has its issues. And it's really weird because I do see people in the community all the time that will like, they will basically gaslight. In fact, I can go to the tweet that I posted earlier today. There are people in there that are like, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. And then there are people that are like, oh, FGO's trash. And I'm like, the truth is somewhere in between. It is never to either extreme, right? And I never really understand why people ever take those stances other than like they're just purely fanboying and fangirling, or they're just like absolutely got an axe to grind against the game and it is what it is, right? Yeah. No, that's like largely that is what I address. And gurus, I don't want you to feel like anything in my video is directed at you. Okay. Like it's more directed at the community overall, because exactly like you said, that is what the community just goes with. It's like, you said this, oh well that means this. And it's like, no, guys, like at the end of the day, the game is not perfect, and it's up to each one of us to decide if we're content with that. Right? Like, I think that is a fair statement to make. Some people are not content with it. Some people want the game to be better. And I think that comes in varying degrees, right? Some people would like the game to be more like other games. Some people would like the game to just improve on its own. Some people would wish that the game burnt in fire and basically crashed out, right? But it is what it is. And I think that's, to a large degree, just on individuals kind of speaking their mind, but also maybe having both realistic and unrealistic expectations for things. I want them to keep the same core of FGO, but update the things it needs addressing. Yeah, and I've talked about like things that I think it needs to be addressed every single year. You guys know, I at the beginning of every single year, I make a video how FGO needs to improve for 2024, for 2023, for 2022. I've been doing it 3 years now. I'll probably make one for 2025, right? And to a large degree, I'm gonna be honest with you, 2024 one was pretty phoned in. Why? Because the devs have stated certain things that they're aware of, and they still haven't done it. And that's something we do need to hold their feet to the fire on. Like, I think it is important to criticize the devs and to criticize the game, but I think it's important to do it constructively. And I think that's something huge that a lot of people seem to lose track of. And I will say, these sorts of discussions have a bad tendency of attracting bad actors, attracting people that just want to shit on the game, that, they're done playing and they're like, oh yeah, FGO's been shit. Oh God, it's so bad. Like, why would I even play it? Huh? No. Like, those sorts of people are the people you don't want to listen to, right? Like, they don't care about the game, and they're just shitting on it for the attention at that point. So just ignore those people, right? They don't really, like, they would come back if FGO popped off. They would start, talking about the game and covering the game and playing the game more, but don't pay attention to those people. The people that don't give a shit about FGO and don't stream FGO and don't make content for FGO and don't play FGO, you don't need to listen to. You only need to listen to the people that are still playing the game. Why? They're the only ones that matter. They're the only ones that are actually still like here and doing things and playing the game, right? And I think it's important to say that so that people actually do understand. In a weird way, it's like gatekeeping, but it's a healthy form of gatekeeping where it's like you're getting rid of the like super toxic shit posters and doom posters that, again, like they just want to see the game burn, right? But it doesn't mean that every person that complains about the game is that type of person. It doesn't mean that, you know, as a whole, that the game, it doesn't have its issues, right? I think it's important to recognize both things have some validity, and that, again, if we want the game to get better, if we want it to improve, it's on us to kind of help that along. How transparent they are with us has just made all its global players angry with how they're handling the sync stuff. You know, I wouldn't even say that FGO is that transparent. I think FGO is one of the worst games in terms of developer like interaction. And why? We don't have a Discord. The developers never really speak through social media to any degree. At best, what we really get out of them is appearances at live events, which we thankfully do get some stuff there. We get the occasional, usually like 2 to 3 times a year interview with a dev. Particularly the big one that we can always count on is the Famitsu article at Anniversary. And then, you know, occasionally, like especially for NA, we might get a dev diary or something like that. That's it. That's the only communication we ever get with the devs. And it's always one-sided in this interaction. I think the only times it's really not is if they ever do like a meet and greet at a live event. And those are not recorded. Those are never posted. So we never actually hear questions that may get answered by the devs to some degree. Not unless, again, you know, somebody chooses to go out of their way to report that sort of thing. So I do think, again, the devs are just abysmal at that. And I think that is a fair assessment of them. I don't think that's me being unreasonable, because I can look at how other development studios handle things and I can say, oh yeah, that's really good how they do that. And then other ones where it's like, that's terrible. And so FGO, unfortunately, is on the more terrible side, mostly because it just doesn't communicate a lot of why it's doing what it's doing, at least not until after the fact. But at least with FGO, in a weird way, the good part about not making a whole lot of changes is you don't make a whole lot of changes that piss people off. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that they're not transparent and they're trying to hide stuff, but I am going to say that there are certain things that the community at this point has been waiting for answers for years and still has not gotten anything on that. And I'm not talking about stuff like, oh, why isn't the USO system, you know, ever getting revamped? I'm talking about things like coins that the devs have actually acknowledged and just, you know, it's been a thing for years now at this point, and they're just kind of kicking it around and we don't really know what they're doing with it. So that's the sort of thing we got to hold them to. JP needs to stop giving them record profits. Yeah, right. Like, and I'm gonna say again, like, you got to vote with your wallet, right? It's one of those deals where it's like, if you want the game to change, stop making the game so profitable. But the fact that the game is so profitable is actually a testament to the fact that there's still a shit ton of people playing it and spending money on it. So it sucks, but to a degree, the devs don't have that big of an incentive to change. It's annoying not knowing what we don't have shit, because you can just lop shade at them either way. So yeah, almost 3 years of this coin system, right? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's got to get better. Like, there's certain things like that I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Tell me, how would your opinion of the game, if you're someone that feels discontented with FGO and its current status, how would you feel if at 9th anniversary coming up here in, like, you know, again, we're going to say like a little over a month, right? Like maybe about 2 months from now. If 2 months from now, they come out and they overhaul the coin system and you can now get coins from either event shops or like farming a node or some other source, right? Something that's not gacha. How would you feel if they made that change? How would you feel if they allowed pity to roll over to new banners, or maybe apply to every NP level beyond the first? If they made just those 2 changes, how would you feel? This is an interesting thing to think about, right? Because I think there's some people that straight up like are getting very upset with the game. But the reality is the game is not really in a bad state. It just needs a couple of changes. The unfortunate nature of things is those changes are to major systems. So it's like, really, the game just needs some quality of life adjustment. But if we actually did get those things, oh, it'd be huge. People would be, leaping for joy and shouting, from the rooftops, basically, like, praise Lasengal, praise Nasu, all that sort of stuff. So one thing at a time. Let's start with coins. Yeah. I mean, chat, we still at some point have a 30 million downloads campaign coming up. I expect they'll do something big for that. What that big thing is, I don't know. Like that big thing may be, hey, maybe we do, another SSR giveaway or something like that. But who knows at this point? Okay, song request should be fixed, chat. I think. Okay. I'll be happy with FP rules. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see FP rules get addressed some way, right? FP change to be huge due to how tedious it is now. I love this. I love that, like, now I've finally got some people in my chat that are acknowledging this, because this is something that for a long time I played on JP, and I felt like I was taking crazy pills because nobody else seemed to have that issue. And most of the reason why is people are just like, I'm just not doing my grail casting. Now when it's on NA, there's a lot more people that are like, I really want to do my grail casting, but like, what? I don't want to have to roll up my FP. And similarly, people going like, hey, we got this like 2x super success. I want to roll out my FP, and God, it just sucks. And I think people are beginning to acknowledge that. So I'm really tired of it. Yeah, I think rolling FP is quite literally the like worst experience in FGO. Like short of like you spent money on the game and didn't get the character that you wanted. Like in terms of actual gameplay for the game, rolling FP just sucks. Nobody wants to do it. It's tedious. It's bad. And I think like that's a sign that the developers need to make a change. Period. End of story. If I think this is something that I've said that like, if I were a game developer, my mantra for should I, put this system in the game, or should I make a change to this system that already exists in the game? The mantra that I would look towards is it fun? And if it's not fun, why am I doing it? If FP rolling is tedious and annoying, why is it the way it is in the game? So it's like, maybe the devs have some other goals. Maybe it's to, keep you playing the game longer. But I'm going to say there is a point where, like, you reach this point of like, oh, the system that we have in the game is keeping players playing longer. It's actually working. And then it's sort of like, it peaks. And then it goes, hey, this system's actually really annoying and I don't like doing it and I don't feel like playing the game. And it actually ends up sort of falling off a cliff. It's not even a bell curve. It straight up just ends up actually, the system is so bad, it's hampering people's enjoyment of the game. That's an issue at that point, right? What do you think of an ordeal call Stormpod node giving servant coins? I don't care how they fix servant coins, as long as it is not gacha and not bond related. Okay, those are the two worst changes that they could do to fix the coin issue. I don't want to see them go, oh, well, now instead of getting 90 coins, you get 120 coins. This sucks still. Everybody still has to roll in order to get what they want, so it's not good. You need some sort of long-term method. Rolling 4 coins, I'm okay with. I'm okay with that existing. And it should be there as this is the fast but like expensive way. Okay. So it is both like extremely monetized, but the fastest way to get coins. But there should be a consistent way to get them. If the devs want to limit that and stop us from farming it all out immediately and sort of gate it, I'm okay with that. As long as there is a path to progression, as long as there's a way to work towards it. I don't care how they do it. They can put it in events, they can put it in nodes, they can basically do whatever they want. Just don't make it bond related or gacha related, because those two changes take way too freaking long to ever see the light of day. Make bond 20 and bump the game up to M rating? Yeah, no. I mean, I think we're already classified as porn in Korea, so feels good, man. Let me see, by the way, if I completed this node. No, I still need another Lancer thing. Which, chat, you might want to get on that since Lancer Daily is here. I don't. Oh no, okay. It looks like it's locked in, so it's one of the ones that's permanently available. I was gonna say I didn't know if it was gonna reset here. Not being able to combine 1 and 2 star foes. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sit here and like get super negative about FGO, right? I have already come to grips with the way that FGO is. There are things I wish FGO to change. I am not going to sit here and constantly complain about that. You guys know mostly where I stand on that, and if you guys ever wish to know, you can always ask me. But I don't like sitting here beating the dead horse at this point, because most of these issues, most of these concerns have existed for years. So it's like, I really hope that it's a thing. I'm not wasting AP on that Lancer Monument quest. Go for it. I mean, I don't mind, right? Like, it's just, I'm gonna get like 5 free all embers from this, and I need embers, so. It's open the whole time, road to LB7 here, if I remember correctly. Okay. Might be limited things 2k coins is a bit too much for a Grail. I can see how people would think that. I will say that the reason that Grail casting is the way that it is basically in order to allow you to have some sort of dump for your coins. What do I mean by that? I don't mean by like taking a shit. I mean that it exists. Oh, hold on. It exists purely as a like drain on having useless coins that you have no use for. Right. So, and where that usually happens is your low stars, units that you've rolled a ton of in effect, and you may have already gotten all their appends unlocked. You may not care. And thus you just have like thousands of coins lying around. That's why Grail casting is set the way that it is. And I actually think that Grail casting in that regard is pretty genius. But I still agree. Like, 1, FP rolling needs to be a faster and more contained experience. And 2, I do think that that overall the system is okay, but there needs to be another way in which you can acquire coins. And that's it. It's that simple for me to state. You just do the 10 AP node? Yeah, absolutely. Part of the reason I'm doing this is just because, again, like, I don't care. I just need to spend my AP down anyways, so. I'll only have 2 120s and that's it. Yeah, I mean, and that may be the case, right? Like, for some people, they may not ever care to 120 something. But I'm also going to say, if coins were a lot easier to get, I think maybe more people would work towards more 120s. Like, I think the reason you don't see more 120s and the reason 120ing is so special at this point is because it's a difficult undertaking that not everyone can do. Or rather, everyone might be able to do it with certain characters, but maybe not the character of their desire, right? I'm afraid they'll put some system to convert coins by rarity, then I'll be screwed. I wouldn't be afraid of that. I would be more afraid of what if they put in a system where there's now a 4th and a 5th append. I've talked with you guys about this before. I've even made a video on it before, but if you're ever curious as to what I mean by that, go to your append skills, go in here, and just look. Why is there more space over here to the side? And you might be thinking like, oh, well, CAD, that's how it is with leveling up your skills, and you would be wrong. Because if you go look at the skill interface, the skill interface is built in with other information over here to the side. There is no more room, and it takes up the whole area. So why did appends only go to like right here and leave all of this open? Almost as if they're purposely leaving room for the system to expand itself. That's the more dangerous one. That'd be messed up, right? So I'm going to go ahead and tell you this. Trust me, chat. They will not add a 4th and a 5th append until they change the way the coin system works. I think you can trust in that, because if they didn't, people would react exactly like Elon did, where, holy shit, what are you doing? Why are you adding more appends when we wanted you to fix coins? When you even said that you didn't give out enough coins the way the system currently works. So we would basically hold the devs' feet to the fire at that point. It would cause a massive uproar. So, like, it's a possibility that that is the case in the future, and it may very well be a thing. But I think you can at least trust that the devs aren't stupid enough to try and pull that without giving a coin fix. Because appends don't have cooldowns? True. But why does it not say what the effect of the append is there? That reminds me of the Dokkan item slots issue where they never opened up slots 5 and 6 and people were wondering, but instead of that, we got these support memories in an empty area. It won't be what they expect. Yeah, I think, you can see in some cases where devs maybe plan to do something and then maybe due to other circumstances, they don't. Right? Like maybe there's some sort of mitigating factor there as to why they wouldn't. Bum 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 bum. Okay, you're good on that front, chat. We gonna make Blapple, as I have now finished those missions. Again, we should be getting reset on the shop tomorrow evening. 31 days in May. So, for instance, you should still have 15 days in your rare prisms, chat, but your mana prisms will expire. So just keep that in mind. If you guys haven't bought your mana prisms, go ahead and go do so. And again, we will get Grail casting basically back in a day. Oh, also, don't forget, come in here and print your Grail. If you did all the Grail fronts, don't be cad. Because the game is notoriously bad for giving effects. I'm just being devil's advocate. No, it's fine. Like, and you may be right, Hera. But it's at least something of interest that I can point to and say, oh yeah, that might very well be the case, and we should probably watch out for it. Because they did leave themselves room to do so, right? So, like, it's definitely something to be aware of. I'd forgotten too. Yeah, well, you got 24 hours. 24 hours and what, 20 minutes? Just a word to the wise, if you've forgotten your Grail casting, you're trying to rush to get it done. Do not put coins into the Grail casting feature unless you can reach 2,000. Because when the month ticks over, you will lose any progress towards a current Grail that you have. We only went with 3 after getting some QA testers. Oh, I think you probably overestimate their desire to test these systems. I mean, maybe, right? I don't know. I think they built in a system. Like, and this is the way I think that you guys should think about it. Okay, this is a live service game. They built in a system that has upward scalability. Okay, and that is the core of what a lot of live service like games and systems will do. They will try to make systems that they can continue to expand on over time because it's less work for them. It's just them being efficient and smart. So, Cad speaking from expertise there? No, I've never made that mistake, but I am aware that it is a thing. Something like a limited SSR ticket. So what do we expect from the 30 million? I think go look at the 20 million. Okay. The 20 million download campaign is what the devs said they want to do better than for 30 million. So we'll see. We'll see what that means. I don't expect it to be 1-to-1, but I think you can at least look back at the 20 million and go, oh, hey, wow, we got the SSR there. Huh. Maybe we're going to get another SSR. So, like, at minimum, you might be able to expect something like that. But beyond that, I don't know. What better means could be different to different people. So, I think to make your choice permanent, you had to bond them, though. Yeah. Some things from testing that some things don't leave the testing server. Oh, yeah. And I'm sure there are some things like that. All I can point to is that for whatever reason, they built the UI to have room to do more. Whether or not they will, we'll see. Right? So they may have decided against it, like you said, or maybe they haven't enacted it yet. Right? Who knows? Maybe they would have plans for what a fourth and a fifth append would be like that would be different from the first three appends. Because the first three appends are very formulaic. So maybe that's a way for them to sort of add this new way to make a servant better without necessarily having to make it the same as everyone else, right? So it's like maybe the fourth append for every unit is not the same. Maybe it's something more tailored to that particular unit that would be needed to bring them more in line with other units. Couldn't tell you, right? So it's like, I don't know, maybe Musashi just gets more starting charge or something like that. Maybe a unit like just trying to think here. Maybe a unit like Summer Bren or something like that instead gets like more damage, right? So it's like they have different ways of handling things if they so choose. Basically a unique passive, kind of, yeah. And oh man, here's a spicy one, chat. Maybe you have to have all three appends unlocked before you unlock the fourth append. Oh god, that's just evil. Oh, I should not have said that out loud. That'd be mean as fuck. Yeah, see, there you go. So it's like, you gotta think how a dev would think. You gotta think how a systems designer will try to go about things. Because again, remember what their goal is. Their goal is to keep you playing this game. So they're always going to keep trying to give you more goals, more things to do. Summer Tomoe has more NP gain. Yeah, you might be able to do something like that. Right? So it's like they could find ways of tweaking it so that, hey, this actually does enhance the performance of the unit. There's whaling, and then there's 120 append for supreme whaling. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they would ever do something like that at this point without like overhauling the coin system. They would need to do something else in order to allow that to be more of a realization. Also, chat, looks like 15 hours for your teapots on JP. Which Abby do you like more gameplay wise? That's a difficult one. In a weird way, I can say that I've actually used Summer Abby more than the normal Abby, but I do think normal Abby has a lot to be benefited from in terms of like just boss killing power. Particularly if you're going into a question mark node and you don't know what you're facing. I mean, they've already said that they want to do something with bond Cs. What that is, I don't know. The devs have just told you to get to bond 10 on it with as many units as you want, right? $62 teapots? Are you meaning on NA? I feel like even NA that's shorter. Do teapots expire? Yes. Yes, you will lose them if you don't use them. That is, I gotta be honest, that's one of the systems in the game that I just don't understand. I get that they probably wanted to stop people from metagaming that too hard, but like, I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, the JPT pots have the red timer, which means that they have very little time remaining. I'd like to save them for raids or lottery. Yeah. That is the problem. Here. There you go, chat. Kind of weird how they want you to bond more, but make teapots expire. Yeah, and that's why, like, I don't really understand some of their systems. Some of their more recent systems over the past like year or two here, to me, they are not as intelligently designed as they have been in the past. But maybe they are, and maybe I'm just not seeing the forest for the trees. Maybe there's something going on there with, like, you know, maybe the devs have an ulterior motive that I can't see yet. I'd like to get a 3-star ticket for every 4 or higher level 10C bond I achieve, just for the lulz. Wait, what do you mean by a 3-star ticket? You mean like for the limiteds and story lock 3 stars? As of now, it doesn't make sense and feels like rush this thing out. The only explanation I can give you for why teapots expire is that it's just probably meant to stop you from metagaming the bonding too much. Because there is the occasional node that pops up that is very much worth your bonding. But I don't know, right? And it's not like you can't hoard teapots for that particular point, so I'm not really sure what they're going for in that regard. Mordred has a gut skill. Will this be broken as an append? No, I don't think so. I have said this before because I've seen people that have said that they want like Mordred's 3rd skill to get guts, and I'm like, right? I feel like Mordred's kit overall doesn't need it, and she's very solid still. But I do understand why people would want Mordred to get more, right? Yeah, the frontline 20% bond increase is straight up just meant to make you bond your like most used units faster, right? About 400 NP points instead. What like it's flat damage added 400. I don't know that would make that big of a deal. And there's just some comments raging on that. I keep looking over every once in a while and like just skimming through the comments. Yep. I need to stop reading this. I'm gonna lose faith in humanity. Anyways, Cat is a mechanic for a 5th append. Would it be too powerful if they gave that servant a singular break bar, kind of like we get in Grail fronts? Yes. Yes, that's all I can say. Like, it would be too powerful unless they gave some sort of additional like mechanics in the game for how to deal with break bars. So like a break bar, Pierce. But I'm gonna say that I don't think the devs will do that, because then the players will want it, and then the players will have it, and then the players will use it, and then they'll invalidate break bars entirely as a mechanic. So I don't think they'll give break bars to players. I do think you can at least rely on the fact that the devs probably do have more. No, hold on, that's not the CQ. Where's my CQ? There it is. I do think you rely on the fact that the devs have more stuff up their sleeve, right? And they probably have more mechanics that they're planning for later content. But I got to be honest, I would love to hear from the devs as to what their plans for future content are. We know from Mr. 2 that all the way back at year 5, they said the devs have plans through year 10. You gonna tell us what you plan to do after year 10? Because we getting close to year 10. Like, so that's kind of my point, right? Like, I would like to hear for more out of them and get a little bit more communication. That means the year 10 coin fix. Yeah, please, dear God, no, right? Like, remember what Cad read that tested his faith in humanity? No, it's if I continue to read it, I will lose faith in humanity. Okay, so what's my CQ? It's a bazaka? Wait, a berserker? Child carrying Saurus. Dino mommy. Oh boy, that's a lot of HP. Okay, so has permanent unremovable passives, increased defense against children servants, normal attacks by 60%, and reduces own attack against children servants by 30%. So I feel like ideally then you would actually want to take children servants that had defense pierce, but time of service is defeated from the master's party. Her HP is restored by 10% and increases her MP gauge by 2 ticks. That sounds awful. 80% chance to specifically target non-child servants for an attack if possible, including her NP. Can only use skills on even-numbered turns, and can't use a specific skill if its effect is already active. Or, in the case of Rope of Life, if there's no debuff present on her. At the start of battle, uses I won't forgive those who disturb the children's sleep. Increases damage dealt against children's servants by 50%. Huh? That doesn't feel right. It should be non-children servants. 30% chance on first break bar to stun all frontline units. 60% chance to seal their NP for 2 turns. If stun failed, and guarantee a skill seal for 2 turns if both stun and NP seal fail. Jesus, woman. So debuff immunity would be very nice here. Okay, so on the final break bar, gains charge per turn, increases her own NP gauge by 2 ticks at the end of every turn, and overcharges children servants NP by 1 stage, permanent unremovable. Huh. Call me, beat me if you want to reap me. God damn it. God damn it. Triple Q just does some crazy mashups like this. Okay, so I do like that with this one they actually ended up putting back in a bunch of stuff. God, that these health values are just nutty. You beat it easy on an A. Did I? I think the only thing I'm thinking about is how do I handle that first break bar? Hmm. Probably Nightingale Santa with Outrage. Yeah, I'm looking for a party-wide debuff immune would be the most ideal. So, Nito Avenger has it. Uh, Summer Kama has it just for charm debuff. Sorry, I said Summer Kama. Summer Space Ishtar. Murasaki has it for one time. Canis has it for one time. Sanzang has it for one whole turn. Ah, the Pope! I'm a little bit worried that the one time 3 turns is not going to be enough. Granted, you might also be able to just plug suit someone in that can cleanse. With that in mind, Asclepius may just be the better option. We could get away with Shufu. Because I shouldn't have more than one deep. Well. Well. Hmm. Big Monka. Hmm. I should have outrage select sort of. There it is.
You know what? It's probably safer to do that instead. Just in case this ends up in a knockdown drag out fight. Because I don't feel like I'm going to 3-turn this. Child trait is a mess? Oh, it definitely is. She count as threat to humanity? Probably not. You don't really need a child servant for this? Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't have that defense pierce, but it be what it be. Let's test damage output. I did that because I realized that technically there's just no way. Like, one of the Castorias is going to have to get subbed. Okay, damage looked solid there. Yep. Oof, I wish she didn't beat up right Castoria. Oh fuck. Fuck. I did the party structure wrong. I basically I didn't get the backline right, chat. But I might not need it. Because I should have Castorian P and MHX's first skill. Yeah, we should be okay. $2.2 is a lot, though. Oh, right, she heals, but that technically doesn't matter because she was already at full. I don't think that's going to help. It didn't. It put all the stars everywhere else. But who knows? It's like the shuffle may have somehow worked out in my favor, so it was worth it because it was worth at least trying to see because basically I only had a 20 or 30% there, and it was not likely to get a crit. But again, NP5 120 basically perfected double X. It very nice. So not much of a challenge there. A little bit of forethought required, but it will kill. It will kill. So, like I said, the way in which I messed up is I should have actually put him reversed with her so that when I subbed out her for him, I would have instead been subbing for this slot, which would have then meant that this unit, whoever it was, would have come in when Asclepius died. So essentially, if basically where Asclepius was instead where she was, I would have just gotten more damage, more charge off of that. So it would have been better. So I low-key messed it up. And in that regard, I'm not going to say that you need a 120 NP5 double X to do this, but it certainly would have been a lot spicier on the like interim turns. So also, I do have a low 100 Ocean Flyer, so definitely a lot of power going into that. Definitely made it look easy. Definitely not always that easy. Aetherius, thank you for the 6 months. Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Half a year. Keep up the good FGO content. Still looking forward to OC3. Nice. You got plenty of time, though, still as I'm in UR1. Yes. Yeah, you still got time. Just make sure, Aetherius, if you can, try to get caught up with at least to like LB3 soon, because we got the Hakenden event. But beyond that, you should be okay for at least a little bit. Asklap, yes. So I do have these other nodes that I can run here. You know what? Why not? I'll basically just end up showing you guys sort of how I've been handling these. I have not been trying much of anything. Like, I've basically just been running in with whatever comp I have and just kind of like solving it with Musashi, because again, she's damage bonus, she's AoE, she has an NP interlude, so she's just friggin' dumb at this point in terms of how much power she's pumping out. Is that my ruler? That's my wrong ruler. Right ruler. There we go. And then we need boom, boom. I think I've just been running all bronze on the back line because I don't care. And then there should be room for, again, Melisson ruler. You guys can see I haven't really used my Melisson ruler very much. She's just been kind of sitting here. Part of this is I have a really good bunny on JP, but the other part of this has just been in a weird way, we haven't needed rulers that much, at least as of late. So I'm working my way slowly. Took me forever to beat Solomon due to other games. Yeah, no, it's all good. The only thing I would say is, like, in a weird way, you might want to just go ahead and start Lost Belt. It'll certainly be difficult, especially if you haven't touched it yet. But it is probably a good idea to do that and instead go after Epic of Remnant when you have the time, because you don't want to miss out on events if possible. We sat and played FGO and got through all of Solomon. Nice. But yeah, in a weird way, I have basically just cleared most of the nodes with some sort of comp either like this or, again, Okitan Saber. And I've been just basically doing this essentially with the new Mystic Code, the God, not Tsukihime, Maho no Sukai, which is the Holy Knight, Mahoyo, thank you, yes. And, like, my brain is just sitting there and it's like, why does it keep wanting to say Tsukihime? And it's because we just we recently got the the Tsukihime news that it's gonna be localized in Europe, which I'm happy the Euro friends are getting Tsukihime, but I also look at that and I'm just like, why are you not doing Steam? Just do Steam, please. You don't have to like go across like all these like boundaries and stuff like that. Just put it on Steam. It'll be available to everyone that way. So I don't really understand. I just wish they would like come to grips with that and go ahead and do it. Look at the Tsukihime one at 87 for an A. Yeah. Which, again, like, you guys can see, I don't know if I'll be done with my Mystic Code by then, but it's not exactly taking me very long to get done with Neo Plug Suit. Neo Plug Suit's going to complete itself. Epic of Remnant has some really good story, but it is sort of like set up for and like tangential to part 2, which is Lost Belt. So it's like you don't have to do it. It's not a requirement in order to progress, but I do recommend doing it at least eventually. So like don't never do it or skip it, but you may want to go ahead and start advancing on Lost Belt to get caught up. So it's up to you. My new plug suit still takes a bit. Yeah, I'm impressed with how far mine already is at this point. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do that. And I think this will probably kill outright. It depends on how much the guts is. I think mine's still at level 5. Yeah, you guys don't have to be in a rush. Remember, plug suit's something, it's going to level itself. Like, it really is not a huge concern. Bonk. I definitely wasn't planning on skipping. Also, what's the likelihood we get a part 3? We don't know. That is sort of the issue at the current moment. It's why I was saying, like, they really need to, like, start talking about the future for FGO. Because I think this is partially where some of the like doomerness about FGO comes from, is like when people begin to not know, that's a problem. And that's where like the devs are beginning to be like, hey, yeah, like we're just gonna keep on doing what we're doing, and instead everyone else being like, please dear God, just say anything. But I do think we get a part 3. It's probably still going to be a bit, because I think we'll be very lucky if we get Epic of Remnant. Sorry, not Epic of Remnant. If we get Ordeal Call 3 before the end of the year. I think we'll be very lucky if we do. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. And how many Ordeal Calls are there? I don't know. I don't know, chat. That's the problem. Getting part 3 was the most voted in the Famitsu interview last year. Yeah. I have no doubt that people want it. And I think especially at this point, like I've said before too, I think a lot of people, especially on the JP side of things, are beginning to grow tired of the current status quo and want the story to advance. They want it to go in a different direction than it has been going. And that's going to make it sound like Ordeal Call doesn't go in a different direction. It does. But Ordeal Call is sort of an extension of Lost Belt. And people, I think, are like, okay, please just go another direction at this point. Please just like resolve this, give us the answers that we want, and let's move on to a new chapter. That being said, I think it's apparent at this point, and I think to anyone that is paying attention to the story on JP, I'm not going to spoil you. I'm not going to say anything, so you guys don't have to worry about that. But I think it's very apparent that the story for even these later parts was in the works for years. This is something that has been planned for a long time. And I think at this point, people are beginning to realize that finally. And it does at least put some interesting perspective on perhaps making a part 3 takes a while. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of prep and a lot of writing, right? They were cooking since year 1. Yep. I think these were all already in Nasu's plans and notes. So I still believe there's an Ordeal Call 4 hidden from us. Oh, probably. Summer 9 is locked behind Lost Belt 7. Kind of crazy considering it's probably the most popular event of the year. Wait, did they already make that statement? I don't remember if they did. Chat, I get PTSD from this node. From this background. The reason why is because back during the Saberface only run, I had to fight Shez on this. I do too. Yeah, it was not the best of fights because back then, like, my riders consisted of Surfmo and Summer Santa Alter. So like we didn't have Made Alter at that time. So like I had two riders, both were AoE, and I think I don't remember if Mordred did, but I know for a fact that Santa Alter at least had the Sovereign trait, which is something that basically Scheherazade had extra advantage against. So it was like, oh, fuck. So I didn't end up having to use command seals, but it was by the skin of my teeth for that one. In the last two streams, okay. Eventual upgrade for MASH to 5 stars in Bond 10. Yeah, I think that's a fairly logical conclusion. No, Ushi? Well, it was Saberface only, so. No, Ushi's not a Saberface. But you just can't do the story? It usually depends on the event. Like, they can definitely allow for that, but they have not always. Oh no, he's got invuln. What will I do? Goodbye, Ivan. Also, well-timed song for fighting Ivan. Chungus, or Ivan is a big Chungus, chat. I'm pretty sure the event is fully locked behind that. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I don't blame them. They're gonna try to pressure people to get through LB7. They want people to unlock the Storm Pod like nodes. They want people to get to Ordeal Call. If they can't force you to continue on with story, then they know that you're not likely to continue being an active player, right? And I don't blame them for thinking that. This is why Ivan ran. Y'all bully him. You're damn right. I bully the shit out of Ivan. Do the story, goddammit, Des. Yeah, and I think like I'd be interested to see like what their metrics are for story completion. I'm sure like there's a good chunk of people that like do right and do story and stay caught up, but I'm sure there's also a good chunk of people that don't for various reasons, or they haven't managed to catch up. But I also think on the flip side, there's probably a bunch of people that it's like they're not really that active, and I wonder if they count towards their metrics and they're maybe being like, oh, this isn't that big of a deal. Gonna say Big Chungus, isn't it? I knew it. Man, there's too many responses to this Twitter post. There's just no way in hell I'm gonna get to all these. I don't know. Maybe I'll get to some of them after stream, but like, also to a degree, I'm sure like some people are just wanting to state their piece as well. You can use friends God Juna for most of the story. Yeah, pretty much. Like using things like berserker spam and stuff is going to get you through a lot of content. It's just not going to get you through everything. Shit show on Twitter? No, I made a post talking about like I'd say recent drama, right? But it's not even necessarily drama. It's just the community likes to get its panties in a wad over whether or not FGO needs to improve, that sort of stuff. So I made a post talking about my 2 cents on that and like kind of giving people, I don't know, I guess that like measured take type of approach that I normally do, where it's like, hey, look, this is maybe the things that that people are considering and maybe what they're not, right? Actually, it's not Twitter, it's now X. How dare you? Yeah. All right, so we've got 3 more guts on this guy. This big old beef eater. Let's go ahead and pop that. That should get me, basically, that's 1 guts. And I should get all the guts down, but I won't be able to kill him right here. Lasagna will reduce the pity before I accept that awful ass name. I mean, the only issue I have with calling it X and not referring to it as Twitter is that the actual HTML string of like x.com is like more annoying when I'm posting it into Discord and trying to like get Discord to freaking accept the preview. But other than that, I don't really have any issue. Like, people want to call it different things, I don't care. I used to call it twatter. And he did fix up to the link instead of FX. Yeah, and I don't like that. That's dumb. Did you put fix up before or like after? People just call it what they want. Yeah, I agree with that. Still Twitter no matter what they say. Yeah, and I think it's like also at the same time people are just going to continue to call it what it is, and Twitter will probably become a boomer term after a while, where it's like the newer generations will start calling it X and stuff, and the older generation will just be like, no, it's Twitter. And then people will be like, wait, what? Why aren't you accepting this as is? Am I the only one that wants alignment trait filters for a QL update? What do you mean by filters? Like on servant selection? Because like they actually did add the ability to see some of the stuff in game, like in the battle now, which is kind of nice. It's like the Sears Tower, the official name has no relevance. Yeah, it happens with stadiums all the time too. It keeps getting renamed. So fix up X? That's dumb. I guess because FX is already taken, right? Xting Z, just don't roll off our tongue as easy as tweet and tweeting. Like through party or spirit origin selection screens? Yeah, that's what I assume. Anyone would kill for Twitter's brand recognition? Oh yeah. Like, it is what it is, right? Like, I think, you know, people want to obviously change things to be more in line with what they want, and I'm sure that's kind of where Musk is going with that, and I think it's stupid. But like, if he wants to change it, he can, and it'll be what it'll be. I like, in a weird way, I think you've seen like people have not really stopped using Twitter. People have continued to use it, and people will continue to call it Twitter even though he wants it not to be. So it's like, I don't think it's a huge deal. I have seen a ton of people go over to like Blue Sky or whatever, but I also like don't think that any of that matters, because almost all of the people that I see that have Blue Sky in their bio are still active on Twitter. What do the Ordeal Call nodes don't give us golden statues? We need like 500 to complete a single class score. So there are some that will give statues, but yeah, not too many, right? And that is definitely a thing. I won't say like that'll be the case for forever. They probably will end up putting them all eventually. Like in a weird way, I wonder what part 3 is gonna do for Ordeal Call. Like, if you think about that, right? Like we have these bleached earth nodes that we are farming. What happens if we unbleach the earth? What happens if we dump all the bleach out, chat? Do we lose the nodes? I don't think so. I just assume it'll be like this is how it was back then. Kind of like you can go back to the old singularities and farm the free quests. You have to swap detergents, I see. Gotta switch to Tide Pods at that point. The same thing that happens to all the singularity free quests. Right, yeah, I assume it's nothing, right? But it's like it's an interesting thing to consider, is like, what happens when we resolve this? Does it stick around? I don't know. I assume so. We don't. We go to a new Earth. Well, chat, what if the bleached Earth is not actually the Earth? What if we thought we were on the Earth, but we were actually in the moon cell and we're actually standing on the moon? What if we go to Earth? What if the entire time, like, Gaia low-key hated us because we were on the moon? It was BB all along, yes. Do bond kettles get used if you lose a fight? I believe no, Lucario. I believe no, but I don't quote me on that. What if we still sleeping on the hallway in Chaldea? True. True. It could all be a dream. Wouldn't that be wild, chat, if like we defeat FGO, we win the game, and then we wake up. And then they go like, haha, it was all a dream, and all of those units that you summoned, yeah, they don't exist. Welcome to FGO 2! Fuck. I hate that idea. It's like, yeah, you didn't actually summon that. That was just all a dream. The most clever in-universe reason for blanking your servant roster ever. Get fucked emotionally and financially, exactly. Well, to be fair, that implies that we're not currently getting fucked financially, and we are. Wake up in a room full of anime merchandise? True. But it's all like by Aniplex TM. All the servants are figurines, yes. Hardly any game does carryover saves anymore. To be fair, I think it's both an issue of like you need to have a like continuing IP. It needs to have similar enough infrastructure that it can work, and it needs to be something that the devs actually care to do. And usually it's the last thing there that matters the most. More Mashu, excellent. I see. So some of you would be a-okay with that, right? What if the game just ends? It's possible. The game could just end. I don't know. I hope that's not the case. I'm gonna say this right now, and not that I want to get like all doomery on anyone or anything, but like if FGO ended, I like actually shudder to think of like the implications that would have for gacha gaming in general. I feel like that would rattle some cages. Like basically that like so many other people playing gacha games would be like, oh shit. And it, like to a degree, chat, it'd be the same thing if like Grand Blue Fantasy ended. So it's like there are some long running gacha games out there that if they ever close shop, I think it would wake a lot of people up. It would make a lot of people go like, wow, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing this whole gacha thing. I need a new storm pod node to farm. I have 1,400 shells. Have you tried seeds, Bob? It's the South Africa node. And it is a gigantoid king protea that you can probably kill with your Kava. If you have one. I feel like if FGO or Dokkan ended, the industry would be hit by an earthquake at that point. Yeah, like it would have very far-reaching ramifications, I feel like. A lot of people would begin to push for, hold on, you can't just take my units away. Like we require some sort of assurance that you're not going to do this. But we'll see, right? Like I have no idea in that regard. So stuff like that always could be or couldn't be, and it really just depends. I'm back on seeds now, leveled some stuff up on JP and dropped below 100. Yeah, I've been doing seeds for mine. Where would the degenerates go? I mean, listen, there's degenerates everywhere. It's more like if the internet ended, where would the degenerates go? That's a scarier question. So it's like, yeah, I have 477 seeds. Let me see what other nodes there are. I don't know what that is. That's probably a skill gem alongside that. I don't like that I can't just flip to those. That is ice. That is silver caster gems. Wait, actually, how many ice did I have? 315. I mean, I could go do the ice node. Here's the India node. There's lamps. Lamps, chains, and JoJo arrows. Which again, like that might not be the worst, but like I'm unfortunately have very good like amounts of the other two materials. The China node has obviously Chinese LB3 mats. That's not a node, that's an ordeal call. Oh, right, there are two here. So this is the shell and feather node, and then this is pages and something else. That is just a shit ton of blue gems. QP. And yes, I believe the QP node is better than the treasure node, but I'm not entirely certain. There's the other blue gems you were missing. a silver berserker gem or statue, a silver rider statue. Again, you guys can begin to see the patterns here. There's nothing in Antarctica. And then that is the LB5 crowns and the LB5 fruit. So I don't know. For me, it might be something like the ice node. It'll really just depend. I hope we get nodes for the old gold mats. I really could use some like talons and roots. You want to know what I could use some? Not talons or roots. I could use some dragon reverse scales. Like, unfortunately, right, chat? Like, that is something that I would definitely want to see be a little bit more farmable, because the dragon reverse scale node in Babylonia sucks ass. Can't just farm Summer 6. No, I mean, like, that is why I have been, right? Yeah. How are your serpent jewels coming along? That's that, yeah. Wait, I went past it, didn't I? My brain automatically like phases out serpent jewels from existence. I literally do not see them. They hold no value to me. Interestingly enough, again, you can see like I don't have a horde of them on JP. JP did not really give out serpent jewels for a long period in time, which is really funny because they were like the historically like most unneeded material in FGO. They were just in every freaking early lotto. People had hordes of them. Very few units actually used them, other than like low stars and stuff. And so like it ended up being a case of like, yeah, nobody just actually needed these materials. It was sort of a throwaway mat. And now FGO has just like stopped giving them out altogether, and all of a sudden people need them. So it's really funny. I need vampire dust and crap. Nice. Hearts have basically taken their place. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like hearts are giving out a ton, but still not crazy amount. For instance, there you go. There's my JP allotment, right? The arcade 90 plus plus is less appealing to you given the mats are covered by the chests. Yeah, yeah. Like, and I do think this is a really, really good thing. And again, there you go. You guys can see there's my dragon reverse scales at 59. Part of that's me having a lot of the saber faces. The other part of that is just like, I just don't have a whole lot to do in that regard. I believe that is the new Ordeal Call mat right there, alongside, where was the silver one? Yeah, here you go. The like death flower thing. Obviously, me not having rolled any of the Ordeal Call 2 units, I don't care. So. Have I been farming the new one? No, because I don't have a need. So, and over time, it'll accumulate on its own from doing like events and stuff. Black Tar is the mat that they gave in basically every event for a while, and even after JP appends, I still have over 25,000. Black Tar? You shouldn't have that much Black Tar. Like, period, end of story. You farmed that somehow. Like, they have not given out that much Black Beast Grease. Yeah. Like, and it is, I believe, the least used gold mat, and you still shouldn't have that many. For instance, here you go. Now, 250, I would believe. 2,500, I don't know. 2,500 seems like a lot. I need that grease, yes. Divine Wine check?
I'm doing okay on that. Like, I'm not gonna say like that I farm to exorbitant amounts on my JP. I usually just keep enough of materials. Like I get every material that's in an event, but I don't like go ham like with my apples farming a bunch of stuff. Usually the only times I do are lottos. So the materials that I have quite a bit of are lotto materials. Like if you see me over 1,000, that's probably the reason why. Yeah, I could see that if you picked it from the material exchange. Though I would have argued that was probably not a good pick from the material exchange. I'm reminded of the time an event made a joke about black greased events having been given out. Yeah. No, I mean, like, look, some of these materials, I only know this because one, the spreadsheet that we run, and two, like, my own observations of like how much it's being given out, right? Having played on JP, having seen what the needs are. The really interesting part about being like more free to play on a server is you feel the resources ebb and flow a little bit more. If you're a whale, if you're someone that's working with a lead and you just like, you know, rapple and like blow all of your apples and like just farm the crap out of everything, yeah, you still need a ton of resources, but you also like, you only feel it on like one or two resources. Whereas on JP, I have to be a little bit more cognizant of all resources and how they're going. I try to balance it between all gold mats that they end up at the same amount. Um, and you can do that. I'm not going to say it's the worst, but what you probably should do is you should probably look at how much you need of any given mat. And that'll get you the better answer of like what you should be converting for. So like, for instance, if let's say the materials for conversion were something like the claws, the black beast grease, and I don't know, maybe something like feathers, I would probably convert for claws. I still would depend, right? But we have had a feather lotto, so I know that's covered. Black beast grease is still historically, as far as I understand it, the least used gold material. Although I say that, like, obviously the newest one coming out of Ordeal Call 2 is less used at the current moment. But like so at that point, yeah, between those three, I would probably go with claws because claws are sort of a medium level of use. And usually once you're done with claws, you don't have that great of a need anymore. But you might not be done with claws and you might have put some of the stuff off. But it definitely depends. Maybe you had already farmed claws out of a prior event. Maybe there was a prior exchange for them and you don't need them. So like that can be a consideration and maybe it changes your perspective as to how much you need of any given material. Chains are amongst my perennial enemies. Chains were really bad for me on JP until we finally got a lotto back again. I was really hard up for chains. And then we finally got a lotto and I was like, fuck it, I'm going hard in this lotto. Because chains had been a huge problem. I had needed to farm them for quite a few people. Like I basically just had to go sit in the was it the Camelot node for a long period in time? So and that's why, like, you guys can see I have like 1,000 chains now. So. Chains are also in a storm pot node. Yeah, it's that joint one that I was just showing the Indian one. Wait, when was the last JP Lotto? Christmas. Like, people have hypothesized that we might get a Lotto here on JP soon. I don't disagree with that assertion. We had a lotto in like May of the prior year. So it's certainly possible. And we have had one in June before. So I wouldn't think it'd be crazy, right? We know the next one on an A isn't until November. Thank God. So. But I think with this sort of consideration, it's always, can they fit it in, right?
No choice but to grind out silver pieces. They're hurting really bad for several classes. Yeah, my statues and monuments are not doing the best. Not on JP. You can see like where my NA is compared to where my JP is. My NA has well over 1,000 of every single one of these. In some cases, multiple thousands. My JP is like, oh, I'm lucky if I have more than 100. like again, you can see it's just one of those cases. And again, I do have a decent stockpile of gold, but there are some that I have not as many as I would like. Particularly, like, for instance, I know I'm already invested in the Lancer class score, and I'm not fully complete with it, so that number is going to go down from there. And usually where I start to get in the concern range is where I'm sitting at 100 or less. Particularly 50 or less is the break point that I like to use. Usually at around, I think it's like 51 or 52 silver statues. That is enough for 3 units. If you start going beyond that, you're in the danger zone of what happens if I pull multiple units of a class that need to be leveled. So I start like watching this as I get close, and I start going like, hey, maybe I do pop an apple or two to like get that stack of statues out of the shop. And usually I don't do that, but every once in a blue moon, if I get really low, I will try. So I hope they ever run the statues lotto for us who were playing back then. I mean, my JP would love that. My NA would be like, I don't know that I care, but to be fair, my NA at this point is already at the point of, with all future lottos still to come, it vastly depends on what the material is. If there are not good materials in that lotto that I care about, I don't know that I need to farm lottos anymore. That's the weird thing to say on my part. I am that far ahead on certain materials, so. Just give us that lotto ticket that exchanges for statues best of both worlds. That would be an interesting way of handling it. I'd be okay with that, and especially if they gave you a choice of all 7 classes, I'd be a-okay with that, because then it would still not be like you're getting like 5 statues per box. Instead, it'd be like, okay, cool, you can pick the statue that you want more of. So it's like, I think it would be a meet in the middle sort of solution for the devs, which is why it probably is more likely to happen. And this is also why, I mean, you guys can see, right? This is why I tell you guys, like, the gold statues are usually not your huge concern. The concern is your silver statues. And here's the reason why. When you farm level 90 on up content, you are almost always getting gold. If there are any statues in the node that can drop, it is almost always guaranteed to be gold. So when you're doing in-game content, you see gold statues. You do not see silver statues anymore. So it does become a little bit of a concern. Like, that is why you're more likely to have more golds than you are silvers. Wish you can convert statues into statues of the same pieces. That'd be a neat idea. I wouldn't hate that. Chronically neglected training ground nodes. I think a lot of people have. And you can always run them if you need to, but I do think most people probably hate the idea of doing training ground nodes. I think it's like, it's not something people actually want to do, right? Like, people would instead prefer to go about this in other ways. Training Grounds IMO need a remake? Oh yeah, here's the easy solution for Training Grounds. Put coins in them. There you go. That easy. Like, you already know that they are segmented on a like day by day basis. So just put coins in them. There you go. There's a class coin. You want Lancer coins? Here you go. That simple. Just pure prisms instead of training grounds? Oh, sure. Put pure prisms in. Here's the reason why there's no threat of that, chat. Here's why they won't do it, is what I'll tell you. Sure. Chat, what happens when you have infinite pure prisms? When you have unlimited pure prisms, you're sitting there and you're thinking like, man, oh my god, I'm gonna be swimming in materials, right? Like I'm gonna have so much. Like, oh man. And you're gonna walk on down here and you're gonna be like, I got all these pure prisms. And you're going to buy 100 of that material and you're going to like it and you are never going to receive more. Like, would it help? Sure. Yeah, it'd help people, but like, they're not going to give you more. That's the problem. The reason why? Then you won't have to farm. And if you don't have to farm, what the hell do you do in FGO? So these will never refresh. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you flat out. You will never get more of these. And, okay, no, I'd even go a step farther. Maybe one day they do give you a refresh. Oh, well, how do I get the refresh? Have you done your story all the way up to part 3? I guarantee you they would lock it behind stuff, so... Yeah. Like, you guys got to start thinking how the devs would think, right? If you do, you'll realize like, oh yeah, they're not going to do that. Pure prisms are for new players who have a modern servant that needs lost belt to upgrade. Yeah, and I agree. And I think for that reason, chat, I can't tell you how many people I have seen in the tweet that I made complaining like, oh, the problem with FGO is that it's so grindy. It's so hard to even level a character. And I'm like, literally this. Like, what do you want? Like it is easy to get any given character up and online now. Most other games don't have something like this. So like, I can only assume it's super casual people that don't actually play. And it's like, when it comes to, hey, but maybe I'm on my 99th character that I'm trying to level. Sure, yeah, you're going to run out of resources and it's going to take you some time. But also, you're on your 99th unit. You don't really need them that much. Not usually, anyways. It did quite a bit of a job to speed new players up. Yeah, absolutely. Those people not surviving Arknights, building a unit there takes weeks. Yeah, I don't want to like throw anyone under the bus. I don't want to make too many assumptions here, but I can at least say maybe part of this comes from the more like Genshin or Wuthering type of mentality of there is an open world. And in that open world, they are able to farm mats. And there's technically no restriction on that. But hilariously, the restriction in those types of games is, hey, want to level your unit past 20? You can't. You haven't played the game enough. You don't have a high enough master level. You can't level your unit beyond this point. Right? Like that's usually they gate you in other ways. And that's, I think the interesting thing for me is most other people don't seem to like ever think about this, that like they never go, why is FGO this way when this other gacha game is this way? And I'm like, do you not realize that the other gacha game is just, screwing you in some other way? Like you're complaining that FGO does it this way, but this other game does it better. But then FGO probably does something better than that other gacha game does. And like people don't ever actually like think about that.
I keep forgetting this Annie isn't just free Sanct Quartz for Ascensions, but also pure prisms. Yep. Yeah, you get pure prisms. Heck, you get rare prisms too. I'm well ahead of my needs in Arcanites. Yeah, and that's true too. I think like with any veteran player, like in the same with FGO. Chat, if a new unit comes to me today in FGO, can I level that unit up? I mean, unless it takes the most recent set of materials, yes. Like I'm just immediately going to snap my fingers and have that unit maxed. It's just a veteran thing, right? And it's usually the case in any gacha game. Once you get ahead of the game, it's easy. No other gacha game except Azure Lane and Blue Archive have more free currency than FGO. I can't even speak to that assertion. Like, I have no idea if they actually do have more free currency than FGO, but I can just say, I know FGO is very generous with its free currency. Comparing it to every other gacha game under the sun, I have no idea, because I don't play every gacha game. But, like, it is certainly a lot more generous than some of the other games that I have played. Is it the most generous? I don't know. Right. But it's also why I've said I think a lot of people don't quite understand that reward structures in FGO work the way they do because of the way the economy of the game works. And what I mean when I say economy, I mean the reward structure, the amount of currency that you are being given, the amount of needs and consumption of those materials and currencies. That's a game's economy. And the way the economy is designed in FGO is certainly very generous. And so as a result, that is also why pity is set high. And we can talk about why is pity set high? Why is it at the amount that it's at? But all I can say is that if you expect the pity system in FGO to be like it is in another game, you're not going to get that. Period. End of story. I think that's one of those weird issues that I'm sure people are not going to like me saying this, but I think expecting to have like a MiHoYo style pity system in FGO is delusional. I think you will never receive that, because in order for FGO to do that, say goodbye to all of your milestones, say goodbye to all of this extra currency that you get on a day-to-day basis for just doing things in the game. You won't get that anymore if they want to set pity at a much lower amount. That's the only way that the game is profitable for them. So you can imagine if you had a MiHoYo style game that gave out currency as much as FGO did, just how crazy that would be, right? Like the game would just absolutely go bankrupt in a hurry. How good a game's free units are in comparing NP1 units? Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think like we can talk about that sort of thing and say, like, you know, how essential is it in a, like, for instance, let's take Genshin. How essential is it to have a higher constellation level in Genshin, right? How essential is it to have just, you know, more than an NP1 in FGO? How essential is it to have what is it, chat? Is it called E2 or whatever in Arc Knights? Like, so like how essential is it to have like more copies or higher capacity of a unit in any given game? If it's super essential, that's maybe an issue, right? If it's not essential at all, well, then the game's a lot more lenient then in that regard. It's a lot more player friendly. And similarly, too, like the welfares as well are a thing. The low star units as well are a thing. So it really just depends on the way the game is designed overall. G4 star units? I'm not sure what you're trying to say, JC. Are potentials not needed? Okay. E1 and E2 are more like ascensions. Yeah, there you go. So that shows you just how much I know about Arc Knight's system, right? And the only reason I bring it up is because chat brought it up, so. Yeah, and it's like, so for instance, chat, you can look at me doing the CQ today on JP. I did that with an NP5 120 gold FOD to 2K MHXX. So you could look at that, and the observation that you could make is he would not have been able to 3-turn that without that level of firepower. And you would technically be correct. But was it required for me to complete the challenge quest? No. And what would happen if I didn't have that? What would it have turned into? Well, getting outside a 3-turn loop certainly means that you're looking more at about 6 turns on average. But would I have completed it in 6 turns? Well, maybe anywhere from like 6 to 10 turns. Would that have added a lot of time to the run? Yes. Would it have made it impossible or unreasonable, though? No. I mean, I think you would have taken what amounted to a 5-minute run and turned it into 15 minutes. It's not that crazy. And especially for like one-off content, right? For something that is supposed to be a challenge, I think that's perfectly fine and acceptable. So, like, I don't think that's that big of a deal at all. It's not really changing the way that the character plays. It is purely changing the amount of damage that the unit does. Is it necessary to pull for Ibuki Summer? I'm not even going to read the second part of your question. I'm just going to answer no. It's not. And especially if you have another adequate AoE Berserker, right? Ibuki Summer is a great unit. I will tell you that you should consider her, but I will tell you, you do not have to have her. Da Vinci Ruler with decent support can do it, and she's the welfare from the same event. Right, exactly. So it's like, usually good design is something where you can show off if you have higher levels, if you've paid more, if you've rolled more. But it's not incapable for someone of a lesser degree, of a lesser robustness of their account to do, right? That's good design. Good design allows it for everyone to do it, and it's maybe more challenging for others, but it is not impossible. Whereas I think bad design is you can only do it this way, or you can only do X or Y if you have paid more money, right? So we could apply that and say, oh, well, maybe you can only 3-turn if you had what I had. Well, that's not true, because we can easily get outside of like we were saying, you can look at start something like the welfare instead as the unit. You don't have to use the unit that I used. So maybe, yes, you can only 3-turn with my specific unit if you have gone to the lengths that I have gone. That statement is true. But the second we start to broaden that statement and try to apply that to other things, it loses its truth. It's no longer valid. Technically, nobody is necessary. They just make your life easier. Yeah, I agree. And I think like there's a strong case for Ibuki might make your life easier, right? And you guys know my big stance on this is that, again, at the end of the day, the supports are usually the most necessary units. But after that, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. So should we be rolling for Rain still? I think Rain's is a good unit. I think, in a weird way, I think you can classify what I'm going to call the must-haves, okay? And I think the must-haves are basically the, how do I put this? They are the premier support of their card type. So let's go ahead and say that's going to be units like Koyanskaya. That's going to be units like Castoria. That's going to be units like Summer Scotty, I guess, at this point. And then you can maybe lump 1 or 2 more people in with that. So we're going to say Oberon also exists in this realm of things. And then I think from here, you have maybe a pick your poison between either Merlin or Proto Merlin. And essentially, if you have even like any 3 of these, you're probably reasonably good, right? And that's really it. Then you have sort of the, hey, these are really good to have. They will absolutely change your capabilities and augment your account, and you can throw Waver, Reigns, Tamamo, again, each one of them in there, right? And maybe the other one, if we put Merlin or Proto Merlin here, then Merlin or Proto Merlin that you didn't take is in the really good category. So like, I think that's the best way to kind of approach it. And how must have is the must have? It's not. You can play the game without those units, but having these units will absolutely drastically change the productivity of your account, how long you have to spend in game, and how easy it is to tackle content straight up. Like that's why these are the closest things to a you have to roll these type of recommendation. Outside of these, there's nothing. There's no one you have to have, because usually you can make damage dealers work in the systems that work with these units. This Duel of the Fates? Interesting. But should we be rolling for Reigns still? I don't know, right? Like that's totally up to you. I think the other classification that you can say is like, are you a 50% charger? Odds are if you're a 50% charging support, you're useful. You are very good to have. And I will say every account should try to have at least 3 50% chargers. Okay? Why 3? Well, here's your example. At 1 50% charger, your account gets leaps and bounds better than before it had any. This means you can combine 2 50% chargers if you take one on support. At 2, you now have the makings of having 3 50% chargers if you take one on support from a friend. And at 3, you don't need the friend anymore. You now have 3 50% chargers, so even if the game says, hey, you can't take a support, you can still do it. So it's at that point, once you finally hit 3, you are safe. The game cannot screw you, really, in that regard. And you only need like 10 or 20%? Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely like room for the 30% chargers. So like, again, I could have thrown like Nero Bride in the really good to have category. There are plenty of these other like tangential supports that are really, really worth your time and effort. And interestingly enough, I actually break down every single one of them in the new player guide and talk about it. But not that anyone goes and reads that. I got Reigns while I was rolling for Faker. I didn't need her, but I expect there'll be a situation where I'll appreciate her help. Yeah, absolutely. How about 4 50% chargers? Once you get to something like 4, it probably just means you have more options, right? Like, it's not that you're not getting benefit from getting beyond that. It's that you are getting benefit, but the benefit, like let's say there is like an opportunity cost. I'm trying to think about how to display this graph, right? So it's like, basically, if this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4, you sort of have this like insanely good spike on down to like very little, right? So it's like the very first 50% charger you get has a huge impact. The second has an also huge impact, but not as big as the first. The third has still an impact, but definitely not as big as the first or the second. And by the fourth, you're just kind of, you have side grades is what you have. You have options where, hey, maybe I need a quick 50% charger, and that's better for the situation for the unit that I want to use. Or, hey, maybe I have an arts 50% charger, and that one's better than, you know, the Buster unit that I had before, or something like that. So. Oh yeah, no, Shufu, don't knock Shufu, chat. She's gonna be really good. She's pretty free, yep. She's gonna be really, really nice to have. I got MP2 Space Ishtar as a Buki worth. Might be. But if you have MP2 Space Ishtar, you know, how often do you like using her versus any other unit? Like, if you roll a Buki, are you just gonna sit there and continue to use your Space Ishtar? If the answer is you're going to continue to use your Space Ishtar, then you don't need a Buki. So I think it comes down to, do you want a neutral looper, or do you want a at least semi-effective damage dealer? Which is funny because I say semi-effective when she has super effective Earth niche. So, but semi-effective in the sense that she's a berserker that's going to do 150%, right? After so much time playing, I appreciate more semi-support DPS like Tokobo, Tezka, Koyan of Dark, and than meta supports. You appreciate them more than metas? I don't. Not in the slightest. But I do appreciate having them. Like, at least the fact that they exist definitely allows for some easier strats at times. I kind of want Eris, so I have to roll on a Buki banner. That's fine. Yeah, if you're looking for her, like I said, I think there's all sorts of considerations for what you should do, and I'll probably end up making a video on that. But it be what it be. If you compare their numbers when using them all three ways, Space Ishtar has more ramp up and deals more on wave 3. Yeah, like I said, I think at this sort of thing, it definitely depends on like what you're comparing and like the lengths at which you'll go to. Like I've seen people be like, Cat, I have like an NP2 level 100 gold fode Space Ishtar, or maybe even a level 120 Space Ishtar. Do I need this other unit? I don't know. Like if you have that, are you actually going to use that other unit? And if the answer is yes, then maybe you go for it. If the answer is no, maybe you don't. I think that's like the easy way to process it. And it sounds weird because like all the time I get people that like say these things to me and they ask me these questions and I try to almost ask them a question back. It's to get you to think about the right things. It's not me punting on the answer. It's me saying this is probably a thing that only you can answer for yourself. If that makes any sense. Like I can usually tell you guys what I would do in that situation, but players' priorities are different. And that's something I have learned through many a long time of account reviews. People develop different things, they focus different things, they care about different things, they desire different things. And in that process, each and every player is unique and different in that sense. And it becomes very difficult for me to just make a carte blanche statement about like, hey, this is what you should do absolutely every single time in this situation. I can't, because different players will disagree with that statement. So only spoon feeding won't help someone in the long run. Yeah, I agree. Kat, have you gotten 3 SSRs on the same multi? Have I ever gotten 3 on the same multi? No, the closest I've ever gotten was 2 back to back. So quite literally 3 back to back. I have had 2 in one multi to end the multi, and then 1 immediately on the first roll of the next multi. That's the closest I've ever gotten. And who that happened with was Moriarty. Moriarty Archer. I was literally just rolling for 1 copy of the Shinjuku Avenger on his banner, and I proceeded to get triple Moriarty Archer. Well, no, I've never had 3 in 1. I've been very lucky. I've had some really good doubles, but never 3 in 1. At least not that I can remember, which I feel like I would. It's like the old man, give him a fish and he'll come back asking for more, teach him how, and he'll just do it himself. Yeah, and I've said this before, like this is sort of the part of the weird part for me as a content creator. I've had people over the years that have told me that like they just don't care about me anymore and they don't want to watch me. And I sit there and I think about that and I'm like, that's really weird, especially from, people that were maybe asking me questions all the time and stuff like that. And I'm like, I would always prefer to educate you guys, to teach you guys how to think about things and make you a better player. So it just feels really bad when I see someone that acts that way, because it's just like basically them being super ungrateful at the end of the day. But it is what it is. I've learned to kind of just try to brush that sort of thing off. Only got double so far, so Anastasia and Castoria. I've had double a lot. Like I've had it probably over like 20 times in FGO, but triple's just very rare to happen. There is no guarantee that it ever will happen to any given player. So and I'd say even double's not guaranteed, but like double is far more likely to occur than triple. 2 times SSR and 2 times SR in the same multi. Yeah, I've had rolls like that. I've had a GSSR where I got 2 SSRs and a K scope in it. And no, was it a K scope? Yeah, I think it was a K scope. So like really, really nice. Never had more than one, but I'm free to play, so that's normal. Yeah, and I think like when I say these sorts of things, please keep in mind I'm a whale. So like I'm somebody that does roll a lot for the grand scheme of things. So you know, maybe not as much now as I used to, but that's just more because I have most of the units I need, right? But certainly across all my years, yeah, I've rolled a ton. And so it's like if you're a free to play player, you usually don't roll as much. I got MP2 Space Ishtar. Is Ibuki an upgrade? I feel like I was literally just asked about that. Is she an upgrade? I would argue no, not really. Is she a side grade? Yeah, probably. I think, like, again, we were talking about basically the semi-effective damage with the super effective Earth niche might be an upgrade for you, but it just depends. Depends on the situation. I got 4 Rider Da Vinci's and 1 multi. She was my cheapest MP5 ever. What the hell? That, yeah, getting 4 in a multi is just whack. I have seen it a handful of times, but it is super rare. And I'm not going to say like I disbelieve people. It's just like it is rare enough that like I would almost require proof to believe most people. I have to stop reading this. There are really stupid comments. All right, chat. We're gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Like I said, if I look over at my Twitter one more time, I think I'm gonna lose my brain on some of the stupidity that I keep seeing. And it's like it's from people that I know are not playing the game are now beginning to comment. Time to go check the comments. Yeah, no, I saw someone being like FGO needs to add cinematic skips, and I'm like it's like that's how I know you just don't play the game. I'm sorry. We killed song request for a second there. So again, chat, this is the Honor Mode run of Baldur's Gate 3. I am in Act 2 now. If you don't know what Honor Mode is like Iron Man, where I have a single save. But just like in normal Iron Man playthroughs of certain games, if I lose, if my party wipes, the save deletes itself. So it's definitely difficult. Also, this version has legendary actions added to some bosses, so it is certainly not a walk in the park. I think I've heard Eris is pretty solid. She is. For 4 stars, she's fairly good. So. FGO clearly needs more resin and better teleportation points. Oh, you right. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Good night, Mike Tankles. 3 GSSRs have been generous, but my luck ran out after my last one. Pitied both Arjuna Altar and Super Bunyan. Yeah. how's the alive status of my crew? So chat, we've recruited Minthara, and Minthara is apparently heading towards the most broken spec in the game, which is a Bardadin. Basically a paladin for 2 levels and then a bard for 10 levels. Right now, utilizing the spec, I don't necessarily have all the gear required to make the spec pop off. And it certainly can be good, but it actually is not nearly as strong as my Berserker spec for Karlach is. We are headed into the Masons Guild here. Part of the reason I've been running her is, as you guys can see, we are in the Shadow Cursed lands out here. Basically at this point, we've gone to Last Light, we've saved Isabel, and we've gone to at least the first trip, basically, to Moonrise Towers. Usually I make about 3 trips to the place. But right now we're just kind of wiping out this whole undead city, and so I figured, why not? Let's bring Minthara in, because again, paladins and clerics are usually just really good against undead stuff. So. Saving tickets for Gundam banner? I see. You want that Tame Tomo.
What path lies before me?
I actually forget.
Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed. A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures.
Cat, why is the narrator so ASMR for this game? I love that it is. So I feel like there's a boss in here. We're now in the content that I've only kind of done the one time. Okay, we got some free infernal iron there. Also, you guys can see I'm now dual wielding on my I'm just gonna say main character, because chat, what do you call this? I'm a level 2 fighter, level 2 warlock, level 4 sorcerer. I'm a fig lockerer. You're a mess, yeah. It's a very strong build. It's just Eldritch Blast spam. Amelia Tyler, goddamn fine ass woman. Yeah, that's right. I do remember that she's the one now. I know she does a great job. The narrator for Baldur's Gate 3 is just absolutely amazing. Scrap disarm toolkit, scroll of burning hands, thieves tools. Eldritch Blast goes hard. Oh, it's great. I love the fact that it just knocks everything and stuff back. Okay, shovel is already set to invisible. Oh wait, isn't it in the basement of this place is where I need to go, chat?
Step forward.
I feel like what I do normally here is don't I knock some marble thing down into the basement that gets me access? Yeah, is this it? Yeah, it's Action Surge merged with Eldritch Blast, Repelling, and Agonizing Blast. The ability to cast 2 of it per turn. And then sort of the meta magic of Sorcerer. Well, meta magic and scaling of spell slots for Sorcerer, so... Aha! Maybe this is what I'm remembering. The real question is, what instrument did you give Minthara to play? Her normal loot. Somehow I ended up with 2 of them. I'm not really sure how you get 2 spider lyres, but I have them somehow. I think it's because I knocked her out originally in Act 1 and took everything from her, including her panties, and then proceeded to leave her there so that I could recruit her again in Act 2. And it worked. Wait, this is the elevator. Well, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong area. I'm thinking of like the poison crypt area. Camp. You guys can see this is still a very thorough playthrough.
What's that?
A keyhold herald.
Hardly a challenge.
Yes, hardly a challenge. I agree, Sterling. Well, he rolled a 28 even with a -1 malice because I apparently accidentally made him drink the suspicious potion.
These boots have seen everything. Let's see what this does.
But your journey ends here. Does my journey end here? I feel like this place is trapped, but I don't feel like it's trapped that bad. Okay, that's clearly a trap. Why did I just hear a wall move?
Something over there.
Oh, this place. Okay. I remember this fight being really, really, really bad and annoying and dumb.
What now?
Okay. Let's disarm. So yeah, chat, this is functionally double bard, hilariously enough. I have bard cleric and bard paladin.
What now?
God, I probably should do this with Karlak, but no, let's give Minthara her fair shake. I should have enough resources to
Careful, I bite.
blow through everything. Yeah, we're maxed out. We're just coming off of short rest, or sorry, long rest.
One day I'll catch a break.
Okay, so I think the easy solution to this is Shovel because she is invisible. We're going to creep her in here and we're going to see what we can find. I believe, if I remember correctly, there are a bunch of shades. Yep. Yep. I wonder if I can trigger this. So for starters, okay, I do actually have the guiding light cantrip here, which is very nice. Use an object with an aura of light. Well, so Shadowheart already has light. Minthara, I don't know if the Everburn Blade will grant light. It should, but I'm actually just straight up not sure. What I can say yeah. Okay, so that's actually not permanent. That's only for 20 turns. But that should be, oh god, that should be plenty of time, basically. Because what I'm going to do Oh, I don't have enough strength to
Into
move that.
position.
Okay, well, that's certainly a concern. Either way, let's go ahead. Let's put my caster functionally here.
My faith will guide me. On I go.
Let's put Shadowheart up front. Let's move Asterion over by the door. And let's send Shovel in and have Shovel sort of just sacrifice herself. She's going to trigger surprise and tell them to squeal like little piggies.
Still breathing, despite everything.
And what I think we're going to do, since it's our turn, well, you know what? Actually, I don't know that that's that big of a deal. I wish that I had... Well, wait, hold on. Maybe Asterion is strong enough to move this.
Shall we?
He is also not strong enough. How heavy is the 500?
Let's move.
What? I just picked the wrong item, I guess. I thought it was just a normal freaking thing. All right, so let's instead move everybody in.
Don't waste a step.
We're also going to go ahead and switch this ring off of Asterion, give him literally anything else that would be more useful. Unless... Oh, can he... He can do light per turn. I could have sworn you could literally cast it on... like your items, like a weapon and stuff. Can you cast that on a person's gear? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And it's like, it's weird because it... It might be purely because I don't have a main hand weapon.
Better make my next move.
There's gotta be a way. Only affects one target at a time. Okay. Maybe the object needs to be in inventory? Maybe I need to drop the item? There we go. No!
So,
Shut up! Okay.
Never wanted the easy path. Have to keep going. Have to keep going.
I could do Luck of the Fire Realms, but I probably don't need to. Got a critical miss, though.
Quiet. Stepping softly.
Okay, so we now got Asterion in combat. Has still 11 turns of that light. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Bless. We're not gonna go ahead and cast Bless. We're gonna cast that last.
Command.
Okay, looks like we've got a Wraith there. So I could go ahead and try to attack, but we've already achieved the element of surprise. So I think it's better to just get them in there. Usually jumping into combat does not actually use your bonus action, I've noticed. That is probably the best case scenario. Now we're going to go ahead. We're going to pop Bless. That's going to put her in combat and probably would have put everybody else. So this is sort of ideal. Then we go back to Shovel. We actually start combat. And again, the whole reason you have Shovel attack is because attacking from stealth usually amounts to an actual surprise round. That's just super weird. I definitely should have dropped an actual piece of gear that's not going to get rotated out. Get back in vision, you piece of shadowy garbage. Get punched, get roundhoused, get punched again. So Asterion is a monk rogue. He has the thief subclass to give him an extra bonus action. And he basically gets 4 hits per turn without even having the... God, what's the one monk action that they get later on?
On my way.
I think we'll go ahead and burn Action Surge. Oh shit, I forgot to switch his boots so I don't have Misty Step. Well, burning Action Surge was kind of dumb now. Oh, that is not enough movement. Okay, that would be enough. All right, magic missile it is. Just get some early damage on the Wraith. Probably not worth my Action Surge. That's kind of a mess up on my part. Okay, the surprise round is functionally over. Hilariously, I still know that there is something here.
A wise move.
The fact that I can move a candle mid-turn, hilarious, but it do work, chat. So, welcome to Paladin. Everything gets smited. So unfortunately, I don't have enough movement, so we're gonna shoot that instead. And then we're gonna try to move as far as we can. We do still have the bonus action, but I basically can't use it at the current moment. So it'd be what it be. Oh, I also never put Warding Bond or Long Strider on, so no wonder my movement feels so restricted. I like how it thinks that in order to cast Vicious Mockery, I need to get right in its face. I could jump her down, but it's probably best not to do anything like that. Wait, is Glyph of Warding concentration? Does not appear to be. I wish there was radiant damage. We're gonna go ahead and put a glyph down and basically just kind of try to keep her safe and out of the line of fire of any ghouls, as we're gonna kind of hold on to the high ground here. We're also, because I don't think I'll have enough movement for Shovel, we're gonna put Shovel back in invisibility and just sort of move Shovel down and well, you know what? We're going to move Shovel over here because I feel like that Wraith is going to come right towards us. Okay, perfect. We're going to go ahead and align this with a Stunning Strike. Try to get rid of the Wraith as fast as possible. Fuck it. We ball. There we go. Good as stun, so now for the duration of this turn, I can just kind of go ham on it. Wraiths are particularly annoying. Oh great, a trap.
No. Best be on my way.
Somehow that is not considered obstructed. I'll take it. Ouchie. Nah, get shielded on. So you can see I had multiple possible reactions to prevent that. Shield will continue to protect me for the rest of that turn. Sense hidden presence. Oh, he's trying to find Shovel, which is really weird because Shovel shouldn't be there.
On I go.
Okay, we're going to use Vicious Mockery there to hopefully prevent the enemy from being able to attack. Gives them disadvantage on their rolls. And let's see, I probably just have enough to kill even without Smite. And sure enough, I just killed with one hit. That's even better. Yeah, that's really weird. Now Shovel's back down here. I guess because this was showing where Shovel was last detected at. So I don't have enough movement to move all the way there. That is very unfortunate. But I do still have another attack, so we may as well make the best use of that. Move right on in here and just go ahead and go yeet and miss, even though we had advantage. Gotta love that 80% chance Thankfully, when you do something like that, you don't lose the actual like spell slot. I would feel really bad if you went to go use Smite, the attack missed, and you lost the spell slot. We're not going to bother with Stunning Strike for this round because it should die, even though Asterion didn't kill it. We have very strong odds of finishing it off. When we do so, it goes down. I could have split the Eldritch Blast to the other shadow, but I wanted to make sure that that 5% wasn't going to screw me. This is why we saved the Cutting Words. Necrotic Claws is kind of annoying. It's just a shit ton of extra damage. So we roll the Cutting Words and the attack misses. Inthar is pretty good here in Act 2. Yeah, absolutely. What are you trying to do? Like, I can see you. I have see invisibility.
Can't give up.
Anyways. That item already had its turn. Everybody else over there will get its turn first. So we'll instead try to Vicious Mockery
Your body is a temple
that
to an
thing.
idiot god.
On your command.
And we're gonna just get in right here and just start smacking the big boy here. Fortunately, we don't get a crit, so those 2 attacks are all we get. Yeah, we're gonna let Shovel try to get a chomp. We get at least 2 damage there. It's possible that Asterion could kill, but unlikely, I would say. At least with 1 attack. There you go. We go ahead, have him roundhouse kick. Down it goes. And there appears to only be 1 enemy remaining. And since the enemy has Vicious Mockery, this is a fairly safe, like, I don't have to try to stun him or prevent damage. He's very likely to just go down here anyways. And boom, there you go. So again, that's just a testament to how strong my builds can be. Though, admittedly, off stream, I fought the Githyanki ambush and got absolutely slobber knocked. So, like, I didn't lose, but I nearly lost and had to pull out all the stops in order to win. And that's the first time a fight has made that happen. So, even though it looks like my builds are super OP, there are times that if I just go in with a bad strategy, it don't matter. Okay, so we got the... Oh, I unlocked, but I didn't disarm. That was scary. What do we got here? So we got -1 due to my dex. Yes, my lockpicking guy has negative dex. We got -1, so -2, so +3, +6, +9. So yeah, and then 1d4. So it's 1 to 13 bonus is what I've got. I think we're going to go ahead and add the Bardic Inspiration. You can see we could win it just off of that. So the hope is just simply that we don't roll a 1. Still wasn't enough. Yeah, I think we're going to Inspiration. 33. That seems better. I don't know what that was, and it very well might have blown up and killed me. Oh, we got it. Okay, so chat, this is actually one of the items that Minthara needs. Whenever you deal damage with a weapon attack, you gain... Oh, wait, is it the... No, maybe it's not the weapon that I... Or maybe the item that I need. Whenever you deal damage with a weapon attack, you gain Arcane Acuity. All right, there you go. Affected entity has +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and spell difficulty class for each remaining turn. I don't remember if that will affect Smite, but I believe it will. So we're going to go ahead and send that to her. Why would you want a negative dex modifier on Monk? Okay, so... Behold my character sheet. So chat, That's Asterion. Those are his stats. Can anyone tell me why Asterion has a negative modifier for Dex? There's definitely some shenanigans afoot here. Dex gloves. Yes, there are gloves that this game gives that basically... Hold on, where is it? Take me back. There are gloves that this game gives that will literally set your Dex score to 18. So because of that, I just get free Dex scaling, and instead I dumped all of my other stats into strength. So I'm actually sitting at really like 18 strength and like 8 Dex right now. And so the gloves actually set the Dex to 18, and I actually have a permanent +2 bonus item that I made Asterion drink that gave him 2 more strengths. That's why he's sitting at 2018. So it's actually the best of both worlds. But it is kind of hilarious because it is only possible due to these gloves. So interestingly enough, for sleight of hand checks, it takes the original modifier. It does not take the Dex score. So again, this also gives a +1 to attack, so it's certainly nice, but it is not the best of circumstances. It's basically the way to think about it. Actually, we're going to go ahead and swap my boots here, the Misty Step boots. I had it on the Featherfall boots there because they're just nice. I was going to pick up the Gilded Chest because I keep chests, because chests usually have the Sturdy trait, which makes them very effective for pulling out and creating choke points for.
On my way.
But that is fundamentally why Asterion looks like he has really good Dex, but actually has none.
Don't mind if I do.
Does Cup have any value? Yes. Oh, it's what the shit. Chat, I'm not kidding when I say that I loot like everything of reasonable value. Silver stuff is of reasonable value. So I am just picking up and looting this entire frickin' table. Yeah, the shadow enemies are really not that bad, but if you don't prepare for them, they just kind of suck.
Let's have a look.
I like reading everything devoted to Selûne just to piss off Shadowheart. It doesn't actually piss her off, but it is pretty funny. Not really worth. Could be if bank. Not sure if the glass cup is worth. But you can see, I get like literally so full on crap that I just have to like start dumping all this stuff off to like my various companions just so I can continue to keep going on and grabbing more loot. I believe there's also an achievement that you get for reading all the books. Sometimes they unlock different things, so I just go ahead and basically read them and add them to wares. You usually don't need to keep them. You usually just need to basically have read them once. So it's like if they have a recipe or something like that, that's usually enough. Why am I failing perception? Oh, the wall. Okay. Mr. Foxforest, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? We actually just switched off of FGO. We're continuing the Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode Run. We are in Act 2. This is the save where if I lose, it deletes itself, and I only have the one save. But how's it going, everybody? What are you guys up to today? Ooh, potion of speed, glorious vaulting, elixir of dark vision. Yes. That all to Shadowheart. I can't pick that up. It's too heavy. Then that to camp. Then that to camp. But this is also how I managed to have about 18,000 gold already in Act 2. Is I am just very thorough with looting anything that could remotely be of value. What is that? Okay. I've realized that the most evil thing Bob could do in our D&D campaign would be to give us a lever that should not be pulled, or give us a button that should not be pushed, because it would be pushed immediately. We were just doing some free quests on an A to get some Sankorts and then continuing the JP event with a chill day. Nice. Yeah, we did the JPCQ. I actually managed to 3 turns. I probably was only capable of doing that because my double X on JP is extremely robust, but it's not too bad of ACQ nonetheless. It's just that easy, exactly. Do you not like Shadowheart? What do you mean? She's in my party right now. I'm also romancing her for this playthrough.
Seems simple enough.
Dionestrella, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Push the button and the dungeon explodes. And the sign before the lever. Yeah, quite literally, right? Like, and with the group of people that we do D&D with, I can guarantee you that it would get pushed. It would get pulled, no matter what it is. Again, that's you'll see Bob make references to the pink potion, and so. We had a pink mysterious potion that the DM offered our party, and 2 members fought over who would have the right to drink it. And it proceeded to turn one of them into a gnome. So, again, just based off of that interaction alone, I guarantee you that if we had any sort of temptation, like a lever, it would 100% work against us. Even Zephyr will fight over who presses it, yes. And they will come to the agreement that they will press it together. And then the world will end. You said you'd like to piss her off? Oh, just with the Saluna thing, because knowing Shadowheart's story, right? Like, I already know what she's all about. I know what she kind of is and does, so it's kind of funny to like poke and prod her some. I actually think that Shadowheart's story is extremely well written. I really, really like it. Like, it's somewhat tropey and obvious, but also at the same time, the way in which it's delivered is just extremely well done. Okay, so we are done with the Masonry Guild. So we've done most of this. I believe we still have the inn that's over here. Which right now, as is, Mysterion's a little banged up, but he still has 5 key. We've used 2 spell slots on Shadowheart, only 1 on Minthara, because we never landed that second smite. So we're still relatively riding high on resources. It's not a huge deal, and we'll go ahead and go try to take out... I believe we have to go contend with the dude at the bar over here. Actually, let's just go ahead and teleport to Moonrise Towers. It's right here anyways. This will be a lot faster and closer. Oh, that does remind me, though. Let me at least put... I don't have to do things with the warding bond trick, but let me at least give everybody Longstrider. Longstrider is such a good buff in this game. It is ritual cast, unlike normal D&D, and that just it's free extra movement that you get in the middle of combat.
Should mind my step.
Gonna be dipping to lurk though as I go get food. No problem. Good one. And again, thank you guys for the raid.
That sign above. This must be a brewery or distillery.
A brewery or distillery.
Like this has spirits aplenty.
Okay, where's Big Boy? Big Boy. So I believe I also have, is it a necklace? I had this necklace, and this gives me +2 bonus on persuasion checks. I don't remember if there's persuasion in this conversation. Oh, shovel. Shovel, no. Where are... Shovel. No. All right, chat, hold on. I gotta get Shovel all the way over here. Shovel's still trapped in the basement. Is Shovel a warlock familiar? Yeah, Shovel is a quasit, but Shovel is a unique one that you can find out in the world. And regardless of whether or not you are a warlock, you can gain Shovel permanently. So it's really, really nice to have Shovel. Wait a minute. Can Shovel not climb ladder? Oh no. Well, should be able to climb ladders. Alright, looks like we're gonna miss Shovel. For now. And when I say miss, chat, so, you know what? Let's go ahead and we'll just actually use Minthara's Song of Rest.
Come. We are rested enough.
And now I can resummon Shovel. Just better. And it also healed up Asterion, so I don't mind using it. Basically, this current comp, I have 2 short rests per long rest. I have 2 different songs of rest, so that's 2 more short rests. So I have 4 short rests per long rest. And given the comp and how strong it can be at times, not that big of a deal, right? Like, I can go long periods of time without having to rest.
Moving in.
Okay.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I don't remember exactly how this conversation with Thisbald goes. Oh. A little heavy there. I don't get the feeling it's gonna be all deception rolls. What in the 9 hells are you?
Only the best. Oblivion and beyond. Go on. Cheers. Bottoms up. Go nuts.
It's bloated like a corpse and smells worse. Did the curse do this?
Yes. Pick up the tankard.
Leaning in, you can see how the creature's skin barely holds it together. The bulge of its belly is on the cusp of bursting wide open.
Keep your distance. He looks like he could burst any second.
Go on, clean. Make it drunk. Be drunk. You and I both. To our good health.
Oh no. It's a drinking contest, so I have a saving throw that I can do. Or I have sleight of hand. Oh, I'm definitely not bad at the Constitution proficiency here, but wait, Potion of Gaseous Form? Gain advantage on con dex and strength saves. Interesting. Let's go ahead and add that. We're gonna add the bless from my staff. And we're gonna pray to God. Oh, thank you, game. So, inspiration time. Oh, come on, game. And we pass. Jesus. Okay, everyone liked that, apparently.
Throat as you swallow, but otherwise you feel no ill effects.
Elixir. But such a small sip you take. Fear not. You will soon quaff as I do.
Well, at least we have a much smaller glass than him.
Now tell me the story. A fable, a saga. Guide me.
Man, I should have done this with one of the bards. Let's see. Goblin's vile rituals with my own eyes. A silver-tongued devil bade me feast in his lavishly appointed banquet hall. I ascended a great tower infused with the most powerful of magic. I explored a lost fortress buried deep in the Underdark's bowels. I am the favored vessel of an unknowably ancient creature. Okay, this is a persuasion, so we're gonna go with this because this should be the easiest. Ooh, this will break bless. Could gain advantage. But I think we go with guidance from her and bardic inspiration from her. Actually, hold on. I really probably don't even need the bardic inspiration. As long as we don't roll a 1. Okay.
A deal most sordid for powers profane. To sign away your very self. Compelling.
Okay, he likes this apparently.
You ask, you drink, then you amaze, and fuse astound me again.
Okay, you ask, you drink, you amaze, you enthuse, you astound me again. I don't think I need the answers, so that's why we're just going to go for this. We are going to cast Resistance again. We're going to pray to God. Ooh, okay. Oh, just barely.
Belly rumbles as the vile brew fills it, yet your mind remains miraculously steady.
More stories.
Jesus, how many checks do I have to pass?
Tell me of foes fell, villains vanquished, beasts bastard.
Okay, so they're all performance checks. I ripped apart the winged imp spawn from the fires of Avernus. An owl bear mother lunged at me. I slaughtered in reply. I conquered infamous hobgoblin Dror Ragzlin and his minions. I challenged a daunting phase spider. Its corpse is all that remains. A bullet made me its prey, but proved no match for me. A towering creature rose from molten lava. I felled it with great wit and might. I bested an inquisitor, a dreaded champion of the Lich Queen Vlaakith. Ooh, I feel like one of the last two is going to be one of the better ones. Let's go with 7. I don't know that I want to break my concentration on Bless. I know he's going to make me do this again. So, I'm going to pray to God. Yes! Nat 20, let's go. We crit his ass.
We cling to everything, but especially to that. Bravo! Ask, question, make your query, and cling once more.
God, I hope that once is legit. Give me the resistance again. Times an 18. I don't think we passing that. Yeah, we got a 1. We could have passed, but we would have needed a 3 or higher. Inspiration. Don't fail me now. All right, that'll pass. Only got 1 more inspiration point, chat.
This week is as painful as the last, but you remain in otherwise sound mind and body.
I know you. I know. I am knowing.
He's gonna blow up in front of me, isn't he?
You want Father's personal, mysterious secret. Secret? No. Not never. Father said, ordered, commanded. Don't say it. Don't say it. Cage. Cage.
Oh, he must be talking about the night song.
Died. Buried. Buried in Thorn Tomb. Father told me. I can't bear it. No. Neither. Too strong.
Bro, your belly button leaking. Why did that sound like a fart? All right, though. Looks like we convinced himself to drink himself to death.
Finally. There might be some more drink for the rest.
I'm gonna send all that back to camp.
Do mess our pardon. Our master distiller spills quite the cause. Now settle your mind, chum, and get your shine on. Be will it what?
I'm sorry, what did he just say? What have you got?
Moon, mountain dark, coming right up. A man of proper taste. to jump yourself up and whisk the
Well, that's disturbing. Still, better than having an actual conversation with him, though.
Terrible. I'll clean up right next that.
That's curious.
Madeline's ledger? Actually, I have no idea what that's in connection to.
I'll take that.
Renovations.
So what is the rat bat that I picked up? It is attack rolls against beast have advantage. That's not terrible, but that's not that good. I mean, I guess the important thing about it, no, it's a great club. Never mind, that damage is actually just ass, straight up. Like, there is no reason I would ever want to keep that. We'll go ahead and give it to Asterion for right now to hold because he has the most room in the party. And we're going to let Asterion unlock? Yes. Okay.
Watch the shadows. What's in here?
Okay, so the chest is locked, so we're going to have to lockpick.
Easy.
Go ahead and get the guidance there. He easily succeeds. And we get Icarus gloves. When the wearer deals acid damage, they also inflict noxious fumes upon the target. Creatures in the radius of 10 feet take 1 to 4 acid damage. Something tells me that doesn't care whether or not you're friendly, though. So I will pick it up, but I doubt I need it. Also pick up the chest. Again, I can just send that back to camp. And we just have yet another sturdy chest for our consideration. Check the barrels back here, see if there's anything. Ooh. Camp supplies, we'll take. Again, camp supplies are such a commodity on honor mode because it takes you 80 camp supplies per long rest. So it's one of the reasons that I kind of need to be thorough is to sort of fund my ability to long rest.
What have we here?
I'm gonna grab that Serpent Fang Toxin, that Drow Poison.
Traps. How considerate.
Indeed, how considerate. Gonna lockpick the chest here. We succeed yet again. Okay, so we actually learned how to craft Serpent Fang Toxin. I haven't really been going all out and using the toxins because I haven't had to. You're drunk, you have advantage on attack rolls. You also create a blast with each attack, dealing 1 to 4 thunder damage. This is better than the rat bat, quite literally. And especially because of the tenacity, so that whenever you miss, you still deal bludgeoning damage. But one, I have to be drunk in order to get that. And 2, I'm not sure how viable that is. I'll send that back to camp just because it's a somewhat unique version of an item, but I don't know that I actually need that long term. Talking intelligent zombie, yeah. I mean, I like that he looked like he was a ghoul from Fallout. Oh, that's gonna be an easy one to pass. It's only a rank 5 dex check. But that just also tells me that they probably want us to actually get everything that's in here. Usually when they set the DC that low, it's like a almost guaranteed success unless you just have nobody in the party that can lockbit. And even then, it's still reasonably assured that you could do it. Grab the dragon root over here. Let's read the research notes.
Research notes. They describe a powerful venom extracted
purple
from
worm
a rare
toxin.
purple worm. Distiller Thisibald Thorm sought to create a fatal poison using the worm's gullet. He procured several parts of a worm gullet, but rinsed one in error. The poison he brewed was noxious, but not fatal. Thisibald devoted months to formulating a deadly poison with the remaining ingredients, without success. After exhaustive experimentation, he was able to make a near-deadly extract from the glands. But to complete his poison, Thisibald required one last ingredient, the petals of a corpse rose. The book's index reveals corpse roses may grow near tombs, mausoleums, and particularly redolent cadavers. Thisibald enlisted a courier from Baldur's Gate to obtain corpse rose petals and other ingredients and deliver them to a covert location. Unfortunately, a deep purple stain darkens the final page, obscuring the parcel's destination.
Never a dull moment.
I don't have anyone in the party that isn't, but letting Asterion be the one to do that check is probably a bad idea.
Unfortunately, a deep purple stain darkens the final page, obscuring the parcel's destination.
Wow, that was a really high roll. Holy crap.
Your mind separates the black from the blue, revealing with the corpse rose petals the package contains, you might create...
Thisibald's brewed up belly glummer. Okay. Go ahead and take that, add it to wares. We are now unfortunately overweight. Gonna grab all of that, send that to Asterion. Grants me a little bit of wiggle room. Check the shelf, see nothing. Check the wooden barrel. Get nothing. Survival failed. So there is a diggable spot somewhere in this area. Where is my shovel? My actual shovel, not shovel. So you can just start digging, as someone in chat told me, and you can basically just dig in an area, even when you fail, and sure enough, out pops the chest. That just saves a ton of effort and time. Oh, wyvern stinger, okay. And we basically get everything out of there. I don't remember if there's really anything else to do. Oh, the meta knowledge, yeah, it's really, really nice to that now that like I know that. It makes me just honestly like not care about survival. It kind of sucks that you don't have to care about it, but like I get it.
Renovations, please. Clutter the pod.
Okay, let's get that out of there. Go ahead and send that back to camp. I need to go look up if that Helmet of Arcane Acuity is actually the one that I need. Actually, let me double check my my resources here that I was looking at. Yeah, apparently it is. So I'm going to guess that the Helmet of Arcane Acuity actually does help out with this. You can see I do have the Helmet of Smiting on right now, which is whenever I apply a condition with one of my smite spells, I gain temporary hit points equal to my charisma modifier. The only problem with this is, like, this doesn't apply to the normal Divine Smite, because normal Divine Smite just does radiant damage. So it only applies to things like Thunderous Smite and such. That may knock something prone. So as a result, yeah, I'm gonna say the Helmet of Arcane Acuity is just probably the better of the two, as that way I will not have to. Oh my god, camera, what are you doing?
At the ready.
That way I will not have to deal with that. So I can also probably kill all the undead here.
The gore almost looks real.
The gore almost looks real. I don't know how many of these people there are. We'll go ahead and save the game.
Sorry.
And we will let Shovel do the duty. So they are attacked. There are several of these. Shovel just said it's fisting time. So let's go ahead and begin the fisting. We get a frightened proc off the critical hit, since that is part of my spec. Gonna go ahead and kind of just slink back into here. Really, where are each of... I love this, where it's like the game doesn't think that this is close enough to attack. It in fact is close enough to attack. And so there you go. Get him reasonably far down. Go ahead and put Shovel out here right behind so that she's not in the way.
Feel my mistress's wrath.
I'm gonna go ahead and put Vicious Mockery so that if that enemy does even get a hit, they won't really do much. Move Shadowheart back. We're gonna sick Minthara on the Blighted Actor here. And... you know what? No, we'll just go for it. There you go. 21. Hopefully this hits. That does. And down the Blighted Actor goes. Don't really get anything for him, so that's unfortunate. We have at least one enemy up here. And one over here who is... I don't know if he'll jump down. He'll probably try to run all the way around the long way. We'll go ahead and send Minthara his direction. They are still surprised.
One day I'll catch a break.
I'm gonna send my guy back. And just barely. We get a crit, so he is frightened. We're gonna send my dude on. Yeah, I actually forgot it was a surprise round, so I did not need to worry at all about attacks, but Vicious Mockery can still be a decent cantrip.
This way.
Go ahead and do that, get ourselves some lightning charges. And we do have a bonus action. I could dash up next to him, but I think we'll just go ahead and do Patient Defense. Patient Defense is okay way of dealing with enemies. Especially if you know that they're likely to get their hands on you first. He is too far for me to get my hands on. We'll go ahead and give Vicious Mockery and then Shadowheart on up towards the other dude.
Too easy.
Jump Minthara up onto the higher level. And just barely in range. We finally get to hit this dude at least a little bit more directly. Again, he is frightened, so he can't really move. This dude's gonna attempt to dash. Not really sure why he's being that dumb. Especially because all he did was dash up to shovel. I don't think I have the capability of jumping to any of that.
Step forward.
I'm gonna go ahead and sprint my warlock up. This is somewhat of a wasted turn. We're gonna send Asterion back down after the blighted patron here. Actually getting some lightning damage. Nice crit. And down he goes. We'll go ahead and pop the heal click. And you can see Asterion's just got crazy movement range. The most I've moved with him in one turn is 189 feet. Which in normal D&D standards is just pretty ridiculous.
Cut and run.
It shall be done.
I'm impressed that she can manage that. We're not really close enough to hit with Vicious Mockery. Normally it'll give you the you can do this, but it's out of range, so I'm surprised that it's not. Excuse me. Go ahead and do the rare use of Blade Ward, just purely because, like,
Ready for battle.
she's gonna be the only one that's even close.
Understood.
And it might not matter if we land this. And we don't. Of course, the game deprives me. Minthara has still got 2. I cannot see how many she has. It's like a 50-50 here. Actually, it's not even 50-50, so I don't think it's worth. Get charmed, you scrub. Shovel's gonna murderize you. What the hell was that? Did you just ultra instinct me?
Never wanted the easy path.
That man just, like, literally just jumped backward. Hello, Snooze. How's it going? Didn't know that? Yeah, it's a really nice trick with the shovel there, being able to, like, dig and find out stuff. So it's like, again, you don't really have to care about survival. It does kind of suck that survival's not that important in this game, but it is somewhat of a, like, nice thing. It's partially what makes the game not so tedious, especially compared to some of the other CRPGs that I've played.
Halflings and gnomes order here.
Ah, I see. It's a lower table for them. That's hey, at least they have a nice, like, table for them to order at. I don't know how they would see it, but at least it exists. Okay, looks like this is just yet another entrance. And I'm just gonna kind of scout around out here in the outside, see if there's anything of interest. The ban list. Ooh, let's see this. Chuggin' Run. The pickle incident. She knows what she did. Exceedingly boring. Vomited on the waiter purposefully. Referring to master distiller as the porcelain publican. Or sorry, the porcine publican. Groin punching. Grotesquely tall. Jan Von Don. Human underpants on head. I see. Understandable. Give me the mug of beer. Ein Bier. You can destroy most chests rather than lockpicking them. Destroying them does nothing to what's inside. That I didn't know, because like I'm so used to that like being a thing in other games where if you destroy the chest, you destroy all the contents inside, or maybe damage all the contents inside. But yeah, that's certainly a thing. I usually just like the lockpick because you can occasionally get experience from it. So like that's more of a me min-maxing thing than it is a like I have to do it. Oh yes, the rotten banana. I still really have no... Yeah, game? Why did I have to climb all the way back into the corner in order to do something with that?
At your command. On the move.
Well, that's going to camp. Oh, she already has something else there. Okay. I have so many barrels, chat. I don't know when I'm going to use them. I might use them on the actual assault at Moonrise. Because, like, I feel like with most of the fights in Act 3, you can't really pre-set up. Rotten.
What have we here? Curious.
Curious.
Secured.
Okay, I think we finally looted most of the place. Like, I low-key feel like spoiled stuff is in the game just to stop you from hitting loot all constantly. Oh, almost missed the chest. Ooh. That camp. Loot all of this. We got one more chest. I do not understand the pathing sometimes. Okay. All of that appears to be good, and now we are back outside. Okay, and we've pretty much done just about everything in the actual city. Looks like we've got the brewer's alchemical stash. So let's go ahead and teleport over to the Baldu's Gate entrance.
Don't waste a step.
As chat can see, this is where I had quite the pitched battle with the Githyanki the Githyanki ambush. That's why there's just blood everywhere. It was very much knockdown, drag out fight. And I found out after the fact that apparently you can just lure them away from the bridge and they'll just take damage from the shadow curse, which is deeply upsetting to me to find out. Now, I don't know if with stuff like secret stashes, if you can just dig and dig them up. It may be a case of like you might be able to if you already know where it is, but you won't get the detection. Ooh, Cloud Giant Finger. Wow, that's some really nice materials there.
Someone there?
Oops. Put that back on the camp.
Looking ahead.
We could certainly use a vendor trip. And I think that's what we'll do. So back to the Last Light Inn. Time for bed? No problem. Ugh.
Alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Keep sight now.
I have something to ask.
2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's.
I don't remember if there's anything else I need to buy from her.
We don't know when the next blow might land.
She does have a nice shield. I'm still regretting not getting the staff that actually makes my build complete. So that would grant me resistance to fire damage, range spell attack +1, and access to both firebolt and fireball at least once, but I don't know that that's going to be worth the cost of that. Yeah, I don't think any of that's really worth my time.
Take care now.
So let's go on over to Damon.
Then through.
Now, Damon is somebody that I already established a reputation with. So in his case, I end up having a 67% discount, which is really, really nice. So I have so many wares that Damon doesn't have enough stuff for me. Sort of life stealing is actually really, really nice. So you can see on critical hit, the target takes 10 extra necrotic damage as long as it isn't a construct or undead. You also gain 10 temporary hit points. The +2 weapon. And unfortunately, it doesn't actually like steal, basically. Like again, it's just it deals 10 necrotic damage and you gain 10 temporary hit points. I'd prefer a heal overall, but I guess the 10 temporary hit points kind of means that it's not wasted if you're already at max health. So it's definitely not a bad thing to have. The Arrow of Aberration Slang's not the worst. You could silence it remotely with that. Yeah, Arrow of Transposition can be really good too. You can see just how much I've already sold to him. -1 intelligence, -1 wisdom, +2 strength. It's not the worst thing in the world, especially if you don't care about either of those stats. It's like, unless you're a wizard or you're a cleric / ranger / monk, you probably don't care about wisdom. A versatile warhammer, so it can be wielded one- or two-handed. Only function if it's bound to an Eldritch Knight or its warlocked pack weapon. 1-6 lightning damage. That's unfortunate, because that would be pretty decent for a one-hander otherwise. So let's get... You know what? Hold on. Rat Bat actually doesn't weigh that much in proportion. Oh, yeah. Casting Mage Hand as a bonus action just does not feel like it's that great of a thing. I'll remove this. This will drastically lower the amount of asking. We'll remove the Rat Bat. We're down to 1,300. We only got to get down to about 1,000. Remove that. The problem is I have all this Githyanki gear, and this stuff has a tendency to get heavy. We're now down to 1208. Pull out the Githyanki longsword. Pull out the 2 great swords. And I could donate to him, but I don't know if I'm not just already at the maximum. I may very well be. Okay, now we can balance the offer finally. Okay.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
Again, you do have sort of vendor issues at times in Act 2, particularly if you kill vendors. Don't do that, chat. Do not kill vendors. Not at least in Act 2. In Act 1, there's so many vendors that I feel like it's very easy to kill some off, and killing vendors often will just get you better stuff. But like you can see here, I'm basically about to just like take just about everything that remains from these vendors. Okay.
Take care now.
Mufcad's myriad of weapons. Yeah, I have a crap ton at this point. And like I said, we already did the battle in the last light in. I have not actually explored all of this area, and it's mostly because even though I've already gone to the Creche, so I'm good in that regard, I have heard that the Shambler here in the middle just has a ton of new, like, harder, like, he's basically been rebalanced for Honor Mode. They gave him a really nasty legendary action from what I've heard, and his attacks are just somewhat different, so I haven't, like, looked into it too much. I believe we got the like Thaniel quest and everything to do up here. We also have, I think, a boss down in there that I've never done because I didn't realize that was a thing. We have the entirety of all of this headed towards Shadowfell, and we still have some stuff to do in Moonrise. How do you counter legendary actions? They're each different, so you have to like consider how to handle each in that regard. Let me take a look-see at what this one is. Where is it? Down over here. Go ahead and short rest us.
I'll give it a shot.
Turn back at once. Double, how you doing? Go invisible.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Need to find a way forward.
Doesn't look like we're taking damage in here. We have the pixie buff, so. I've just heard there is like some sort of encounter in here. I don't know. I never came through here on my first playthrough. I didn't even realize this was an area, so I just totally missed it. So let me make sure that I get that cake stand out of the way. It takes you somewhere? Oh, interesting. Okay, so it looks like we can certainly go down.
What's in here?
Hymns for the gone. Oh, wow, I didn't even see this. It's locked.
Trust no one. I'll just help myself.
Asterian lock picket. Very nice. Still managed to succeed, even though that was actually a pretty low roll. Penumbral armor. Obscured, the wearer gains a +3 bonus to stealth checks. Ooh, that's just strong for stealthing.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Let's go downstairs now. We will save. A mean lock. Disadvantage on attack rolls and perception checks that rely on sight. Okay, so Asterion, I want you to drop that.
The Atlas!
Huh? Oh, okay, I was gonna say. It's like Asterion!
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Look out. Murlocs.
Their eyes are made for the dark. Fire and light is our friend.
So Asterion managed to go first, but didn't kill even the first mean lock, and well, this shit gonna happen here in a second. Damn, I was hoping to really get Shovel to finish that one off. 70% chance, but we missed. The worst version of an ice lock, yeah. Stupid cousin of a warlock. Yeah, this strikes me as, hey, you should totally fireball this. Ow! Wait, he's frightened, but what else is he? He's paralyzed.
Where do I go from here? Can't slow down.
What? Oh, I didn't even see that guy. No! I assumed that nobody got by me. That is not likely to succeed.
Can't afford to let up.
Hmm.
Tis your idiot mother beclothing.
Did your idiot mother dress you? Is that what the insult there was? So Starion is very likely to get crit to death in the next turn. There's just not much I can do about it, so I'm not going to waste too much on it.
Your command.
Why am I frightened? You should be frightened. Damn. What are you considered? You're Fae. Damn it, Fae. Jesus! Yeah, see, like I said, he's likely to get crit to death. Being paralyzed means you're considered to be like, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, incapacitated. So, like, you are just vulnerable. They have advantage against you. And everything should be a crit. So down Asterion goes. That is quite unfortunate.
Survival is all that matters.
Be gone! Okay, so that did hit Asterion, so it actually counted for a, like, death save against him. We are going to go ahead and action surge. We're going to go ahead and Misty Step. Okay, so they're actually frightened now. That actually helps quite a bit.
I'm ready.
We get Asterion up. He won't have an action on his turn. Thankfully, because he's got so many bonus actions. It'd actually be pretty decent. And... go ahead and plop that down. That'll deal some decent fire damage. And that'll be her turn. These mean locks are certainly mean. 6% chance. Really? What? Like, really? I would love to see the hard data for the calculation of that. Like, they have disadvantage and Great Weapon Master. So let's turn off Great Weapon Master. And it's still only a 25, which means that it's probably only like a 50% chance otherwise, which just feels like crazy. I was gonna say, I assume they don't count as a person for the purposes of hold person.
You listening? How flaccid is my point?
There you go, we'll hit him with that. Alright, Asterion. What are we doing with you, big boy? You're going to start by drinking a potion. I can actually bite this, so I think I will. It's going to heal me and damage him. And that is my turn. Oh, there we go. We got a charm off. That's actually good. He's cutting words. Just get lucky. It definitely feels like it.
Can't stay idle.
So, did you just teleport behind me? The fact that they can teleport is also just dumb. Holy crap. I definitely should have come in here with Fireball. Okay. I'm just trying every trick in the book that I basically can at this point.
Blood comes easy these days.
So wait, how's your effect work? Okay, so it's just frightening with its presence. Really? Okay. Let's go ahead and move back up front. I am doing surprisingly well on my caster. I find it really stupid that even though he's charmed, I cannot, like, do anything against him. Probably didn't need to, but we'll go for it. Yep. So that stun was actually worthless. But Asterion has at least managed to kill one of the mean locks. Oh, great. That broke the hypnotic pattern. Like, the fact that I just can't move because I'm constantly frightened locked is dumb. I do feel like this game should have some measure of, like, after several turns, you become, or several casts rather, you become somewhat immune. And I feel like that would be ideal. Again, you can see just how much of this current strategy depends on me being able to move.
Your command.
I cannot at all hit this fucking mean lock. It's ridiculous. And that's with Great Weapon Master turned off.
Time to push my luck again.
This is a different mean lock. Yeah.
Need to stay focused.
As she's out of range, I can't even channel divinity. I'm about to use Sunbeam. But I would also say this is another one where it would have been a lot easier had I been on Karlach. Minthara is absolutely sucking right now. And it's terrible that she is. Oh, he can move. Ooh, that was lucky. So in a weird way, I'm moving him into the choke point, where if he goes down again, he should be a little bit more in sight. Okay, at least the mean lock is charmed. Oh, great. Now we've got multiple teleporting back here. Now Minthara is paralyzed. I'm gonna win this, but it's just gonna be resource draining. And it's like, this is the type of crap that just annoys me. Okay, it died anyways.
Deep and move.
You can see too, the AI just like constantly tries to make sure that it gets a fear on every one of your units, which is really rough.
Got to focus.
Wait, what? Huh? Is he like out of sight or something? That's not good. Yeah, he's actually out of sight. Holy shit. Oh, I should have actually probably cast Sanctuary. If all those attacks landed, that mean lock's dead. 95% chance with advantage. Missed. So this is going to be a long rest type of battle where, like, after this, I've drained so many of my resources. I just long rest. And these do occasionally happen, but it is unfortunate when it does. Yeah, see, I don't like that this is not hitting him. He's just out of line of sight. Can't touch her.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Oh my god, wait, my warlock is actually... He's free.
Talk to me.
Minthara isn't frightened, finally. Why is it showing like I don't have an attack when I clearly do? Granted, it's also making me appear like I'm frightened, so I shouldn't be able to move.
A miserable pile of secretion.
Okay, so I truly am immobile.
Got to keep fighting.
85% chance now. Thank you. Very nice crit. That charm is actually a very nice effect because it just sort of takes people out of combat if they actually do succeed a roll. She is still frightened. It is saved 3 vicious mockeries in a row. Somehow my character is frightened despite being up away from everyone. I'm not sure how that works, game. I would love to know.
Yes.
Okay, one more remains.
No escape.
I told you I'd win, but dear God, like, just 1 HP. You know what? She finally gets to move. And she beats it to death. Yeah, that was just annoying. I don't think you should be able to be perma locked in place, perma disadvantaged, unable to do anything. To be fair, I could have done a lot better with setting up for that fight. But again, I had never fought that before, so I didn't really know. Will obscure the number you need to roll a critical hit die while attacking is reduced by 1. This effect can stack. That is actually pretty nice. All things considered. 1 HP in a dream, it do be like that sometimes. See what the mean locks had. They were certainly mean. I see why they get their name. Ah, yes, rotten cheese.
A Selûnite shrine, hidden away.
Perhaps they had no choice but to hide.
Portrait of Snowy Brownbeard? Well, that portrait is worth money. Ah, yes, the Idol of Saloon. And you know me, chat. I like to give the Idol of Saloon to Shadowheart. I figured out of everybody, Shadowheart wants it the most. Grab the silver plate. Grab the silver chalice. Grab the other silver chalice. There's some items like this that are just exceptionally hard to target. I'm really not sure why they are how they are. It's like, oh, you just gotta pick it up. Read it. You will add it to wares. We'll send it to Asterion. Gilded portrait of a noble, also worth money. Why is it a Githyanki, though? I feel like there would not be Githyanki nobles just on premise, but
don't mind if I do.
Why does this look like there's going to be more? don't want to deal with that if that's the case.
Looking ahead. Time to press ahead.
You're gonna go ahead and use Song of Rest.
I'll feel like one later.
To make sure we're all topped off. Something bad would ever happen near a cracked wall. Yeah, especially now with explosives littered around, right?
What's this? Quick step.
That's like in cellar. Oh, really? That is interesting. I basically didn't realize that that's what was going on here, so we should be able to get into the last light in from here. Punch that wall. Okay. Send those barrels back to camp. We functionally went under the river. You went down, down, down by the river, chat. That's where you go when you get locked up. Actually don't. How do you even get down here?
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Yep.
That's curious. Breathe deep and move.
By the docks at the back of the inn. Maybe I have been down here before. Damn it.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Nothing. I knew I clicked on someone. Did you take the long rest? No. Because I'm underneath the place where I long rest, basically.
Open up.
This is just me kind of looting my way through. I am basically just stealing all of their liquor. I'm going to do your Gale shenanigans once you take it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I had done the Gale shenanigans, I would have taken a lot less damage in that fight. But you can see, even without the Gale shenanigans, I'm still going to win the fight. I just take way more damage and have to do more healing. My threshold for kind of like what I can get to is a lot lower when I have it on.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Isn't that shovel making that noise? But
trust no one. Oh, for a skeleton key.
okay, we passed.
On my way. All right. Well, hello.
Sometimes you just have to wait until everybody stops moving to be able to loot. All right, so that's pretty much having looted the entirety of the basement here. Like, we can just go out the door, but I low-key want to know how you get out here. I actually didn't need that bottle. Wait. Is this where I came down originally? I have to remember to set that up whenever I get around to playing BG3. Honestly, for the majority of content, you don't need it. Honor mode is the only like mode that I would really consider doing it in. Even Tactician, I would say you really don't need it.
A trap. Let us
Yep.
send forth our least favorite, to be sure.
Our least favorite? So Gale. Or sorry, not Gale, Asterion. Not that Asterion is my least favorite, just that according to her, that's who does the lockpicking. Coruscation Ring. When the wearer deals spell damage while illuminated by a light source, they also inflict radiating orb upon the target for 2 turns. That's fairly easy to set up. Like, that could be good for, like, a tanky build. switching that over to Minthara for right now. But I don't really see myself doing that. Wall that's been cracked. I feel like this is all here if you're playing the evil playthrough and you're trying to like sneak in to Last Light, you can come down this way. Huh. There's just a very roundabout way through all of this.
Why don't we ask Jahira? Yeah, because she did a great job protecting Mole.
Maybe we should ask someone else.
Who? No one cares. No one but us.
I'm hearing the tiefling children, but I don't know where the heck they are.
Keep it quick.
Oh, I didn't even see Elfir here.
No one stopped me yet. With haste.
I don't think I ever talked to her.
First cultists nearly murder us, and now we have a traitor on the inside. Can't we trust anyone? Stars. We were ambushed out in the darkness, but they lined us up like dogs. Maybe that's why they took his eyes first. Then his tongue. Roland, of all people. He said he stayed in the grove because of you. And I'm damn glad of it. Without him, well, none of us would be here. Can you blame him? How do you do it? How do you keep going?
Danger's my life. I wouldn't change it for the
You'll
world.
need sterner stuff than me then. You've done so much for us already. But I have to ask. The others might still be out there. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise. And gods have mercy on any... Thank you. Just be careful up there.
So I think they might be dead. Because they didn't go out on the boat with me like they were supposed to. That's what the D in Khadroth stands for? I see. I thought it stood for other things. Alright, the chat, we're going to go ahead and end it here. Let me see who all's on, who all I can give some love to. I'm not seeing much. So chat, we'll go ahead and end it here for tonight. So again, thank you guys for being here. Tomorrow we'll be doing more Air Conditioning 6, aka Armored Core 6. And I don't know what else we have planned. I'll have to pay attention and see. But again, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good evening.